Joyful, triumphant shouts of the army rang out. The soldiers enthusiastically chanted in honor of the heroes, praising them for the great victory. Only one warrior, leaning on his sword, stood aside, silent and deep in thought. One of the townspeople was surprised by the hero's grim silence, considering his gaze to be malevolent, but his companions sharply objected. True warriors do not chatter idly, their gaze is sharp and insightful. This hero turned out to be 17-year-old Kurusu Yuji, a young man who found himself in a parallel universe. He was nicknamed the Silent Hero for his calmness and composure, although he used to be completely different before fate cast him into another universe. On a calm summer day, he was lying down playing on the console when his attention was distracted by the robot vacuum cleaner, which had once again gone the wrong way. With irritation, he thought that he should have cleaned up before it or stopped using it altogether. He lost in the video game again and lazily pondered how tiring it was to control the muscles of his face when suddenly the floor beneath him lit up brightly and his body froze from the sudden relocation. Thinking that this might be the very transfer to a parallel universe from a light novel, he was confused, not knowing what to do next, and simply continued to remain silent. The king came out to meet him, addressed him as a Lord Hero, and reassured him. Usually, no one appears when summoned. Noticing the silence, the king decided that he was dealing with a cautious person, and with a light heart entrusted him with the conquest of the Demon King. Thus, due to a simple misunderstanding, he became the silent and cold hero to everyone. Keeping silent turned out to be easy for him, and this unexpected ease played an important role. Whether in Japan or in a parallel universe, his aspirations remained unchanged. He still avoided tense affairs and did not fight the enemy face to face, striving to live for his own pleasure until his last breath. In the next battle, standing aside, he gave the order to activate the trap that captured the monster, and only then did he unsheath the sword, shining in his hand. Delivering another powerful blow, he reminded himself, the main thing is to defeat the Demon King. And when the enemy army was annihilated, he was already preparing to return to Japan. One of the sorceresses, pointing to the glowing pattern floor, said that he had probably already seen this pattern during teleportation, and that this magic circle was capable of returning him to his former world. Noticing a beautiful girl in a tiara, he assumed that she might be a princess whom he had not been introduced to upon arrival. It seemed her name was Alicia. He was informed that the hero's return was a state-level ceremony, and even the princess was obliged to attend. Her piercing gaze began to frighten him, and unable to bear it, he asked the princess what had happened. She shook her head embarrassedly and replied that nothing had happened. But this only heightened his anxiety. He was overcome by a bad premonition, and he began to doubt whether everything would go smoothly, as the return to Japan was already near. Meanwhile, the king addressed him with gratitude for saving their world, and wished him a peaceful life in his homeland. Already standing in the teleportation circle, he irritably replayed the king's words in his head, thinking that he was planning to live peacefully without any advice. There was no need to waste words. Remembering the gold bars he received, he was satisfied with the plan to exchange them in Japan and finally enjoy the otaku life to the fullest. Suddenly, the princess broke into a run and approached him in the teleportation circle. Noise rose around. Everyone was panicking, shouting that she might be transported too, trying to stop her and call out to her. A dazzling light enveloped everything around, and in confusion, he wondered why she did it and why she followed him. The princess calmly explained that it all started from the moment he appeared in their world. She admitted that his calm gaze and restrained behavior instilled in her a sense of reliability, and it was then that she realized it was love at first sight. Embarrassed but determined, she asked for permission to stay by his side and follow him. He was angry that she spoke about it only after she had already followed him. A thought flashed through his mind. If he refused the princess, who had decided to give up everything for him, she, in indignation, might declare that if he were killed, she would die with him. Although he considered this an exaggeration, he still understood. Even if it didn't come to that, the situation remained extremely tense. He didn't even have time to respond before she, lighting up with a smile, thanked him and enthusiastically said that she was looking forward to getting to know his world. Mentally, he was annoyed. Just when he thought he would finally be free from the image of the silent hero, it became clear that he would have to continue playing this role further. Looking at the princess, he noted to himself that she seemed too enamored. Whereas he had long made laziness his life credo, Feeling the change in the flow of magical power, he realized that they had already returned. His thoughts were racing. Would she be able to live in Japan, where the mentality, lifestyle, and language are completely different? Although, remembering that the language automatically adapts through magic when moving, he realized this would not be a problem. The point was not that. He was just an ordinary, unruly high school student. Suddenly opening his eyes, he was surprised to find that they were underwater. Touching the surface with his hand, he realized it was a transparent wall. But it was neither the sea nor a pool. Everything indicated that they had missed the relocation spot and ended up inside some kind of aquarium. The liquid resembled water, and if everything continued the same way, they would simply drown. It was tightly closed from above, and there was no way out. Without wasting time, he tried to apply the structure change ability in the tank. With the help of magic, he created a door that opened the wall of the tank, and at that moment the liquid gushed out. Along with the flow, they tumbled out of the container, splashing loudly onto the floor. He immediately inquired if everything was all right with the princess, and she briefly confirmed that she was fine, noting with surprise how strangely they had been transported right into the water. She was particularly struck by the fact that she was seeing him for the first time in such a magical guise of a hero. The magical shell in the princess's world represented individually manifested specific skills, and his ability was structure alteration. He could use this skill to create both weapons and armor, as he did now in the reservoir. Due to the emergency, he instinctively used combat magic, familiar from the parallel world, and fortunately it turned out that it could also be used in Japan. Noticing a strange mechanism nearby, he assumed that the place they found themselves in was probably a factory. When a light flashed under his feet, he realized he was standing right on a huge magical teleportation circle. When he had already begun to think that he had finally returned to his peaceful gamer life, it dawned on him, this was not Japan at all. The princess was surprised to suggest that the place of transition might have been destroyed. Noticing how strange the hero's homeland looked, he silently analyzed the situation. Everything indicated that it was either a factory or possibly an amusement park. Although he had never seen anything like it before, but he was sure of one thing. This was definitely not Japan, rather some other place in his world. At least, he wanted to believe that. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a strange, increasing sound. Upon stepping outside, they were stunned by what they saw. Right in front of them, in a bizarre and unfamiliar landscape, a strange battle was unfolding between some creatures. And two humanoid machines, as if they had come out of anime or games, were fighting, exchanging volleys with flashes and crashes that made the ground tremble. The scene resembled a fictional world. The princess exclaimed with admiration that it must be a golem, incredibly large and fast. She suggested that perhaps these are the heroes of their world, and with genuine respect, she praised his homeland for such outstanding magicians. He himself, observing what was happening, could not say with certainty whether there were pilots inside these machines, but one thing was clear. There was a war going on, and this meant only one thing. His world was also cursed. One of the humanoid monsters was shot. Its body ignited in several places, and losing stability, it began to slowly topple to the ground. He instinctively shielded the princess from the flying debris, covering her with his own body. She looked at him with gratitude and, without hiding her admiration, called him a brave man and a true hero. They both were astonished to see that inside the defeated golem was a child, even though from the outside it looked like it was a drone. This moment put everything in its place. The hero was now absolutely certain that he had not returned home. He found himself in a completely new, unfamiliar world, even more dangerous. Standing right in front of the defeated golem, the princess loudly and resolutely declared that what was happening was outrageous. She announced that her hero would protect this child and would not allow anyone to harm him anymore. The situation was truly strange. The pilot of the defeated robot lying nearby turned out to be a child, and the hero's help would clearly be welcome, but he hesitated. The princess, noticing his indecision, reminded him that he was the one who defeated the Demon King's army, and therefore he would handle this as well. He sighed irritably, realizing that apparently nothing could be done. He would have to get involved in someone else's war again. Asking the princess to look after the girl, he unsheathed his weapon and began to prepare for battle. His gaze became focused, his movements precise, and his inner fatigue gave way to combat determination. The robot opened fire directly at him, and as he dodged the barrage of shots, he barely managed to maintain his distance. Approaching was impossible. A single hit was enough, and everything could end in that very second. After the crash of destruction, a strange crackling sound was heard, and everything around was enveloped in a thick smoke screen, just in time. He assumed that he might have ended up in a pipeline, leading to the very mechanism in which they had originally appeared. Moving forward through the smoke and debris, he suddenly noticed two girls inside the fallen robot. Entering the robot, he tried to activate his skill, but when he pulled the lever, he only tore it off. The structure was clearly damaged. Wasting no time, he used structure alteration to redesign the cabin for himself. Focusing, he began to reconfigure the controls, trying to adapt them to the joystick layout from a familiar game. Fortunately, the robot moved, and the princess was delighted to notice that she could now see the golem in action, even though she did not understand how it adapted its control to the game. He knew structural tuning allows changing the internal structure of things. He figured out the controls. All that was left was to tune the rifle. Having set up everything necessary, he began the rescue operation. Taking aim, he opened fire, accurately, quickly, without hesitation. Fire after fire. The battle was rapidly gaining momentum. A loud crack was heard, and he noticed with surprise how, under the influence of structural adjustment, the rifle changed, turning into a stationary turret. This gave him a decisive advantage. Under the cover of the turret, he closed the distance and, seizing the moment, managed to grab his opponent. They tried to snatch the weapon from the enemy, but he clung to it fiercely, not letting go for a moment. In the next instant, the enemy jerked his body sharply, aiming the barrel directly at them, from a dangerously close distance. The princess addressed the hero with confidence, saying that she considers him a true hero, and therefore defeat is impossible for him. Just a few moments later, a powerful explosion occurred. The enemy robot could not withstand the overload. The princess, noticing the sudden explosion of the enemy robot, asked with surprise and slight concern whether it was his heroic attack. He nodded, confirming that it was indeed his ability that allowed the destruction of the enemy's weapon. As soon as he thought that everything turned out to be easier than expected, the opponent moved forward again, damaged, but still dangerous. With one powerful blow, he unleashed all his strength on the opponent, who, losing balance, fell to the ground with a dull thud. The princess, still not believing what was happening, asked with confusion in her voice if this was truly a victory. The lost girl made a faint sound, attracting attention. The princess noticed with relief that she had regained consciousness and hurried to her. The girl, weakly smiling, said she was glad to be rescued. Despite losing consciousness, she admitted that she saw everything: the fight, the explosion, their defense, and asked if they really fought. Thanking them, she looked at both with curiosity and asked who they were. The princess enthusiastically declared that the girl understood everything correctly. The person who saved her is indeed her hero. She proudly added that from now on, the Demon King's army of their world would become his concern. The girl, upon hearing the word hero, asked again if it really referred to someone capable of destroying an entire army. Then, with hope in her voice, she inquired whether he could help her defeat the army of Igosa. The princess did not fully understand whom the girl meant, and decided that she was talking about the Demon King of their world. Confidently adding that defeating his army and saving many people is the hero's destiny, she spoke with conviction, as if everything had already been decided. Meanwhile, the young man himself looked away, immersed in his own thoughts, feeling the fatigue growing inside him. One war had already left its mark on him, and despite the expectations of those around him, he had not the slightest desire to go through it all again. He could not answer otherwise, so he simply agreed briefly without going into details. The princess, catching his response, smiled confidently and said that she never doubted him for a moment. Tangled in his own thoughts, he mentally admitted to himself how much he hated the princess at that moment. The princess asked him about his future plans. He calmly replied that he intended to just look around. Satisfied with his restraint, she approved of this approach and added that in the meantime, they would be searching for other people who were in trouble. However, Yuji himself actually pursued a different goal. He intended to study the mechanism of transfer between worlds. It was in this that he saw the only opportunity to return to Japan. Surveying the area, he realized with grim clarity that during the battle they had destroyed almost everything around, and even his structural tuning ability could not restore the damaged devices, as the damage was too great. He considered creating a new one, but then the thought came, even if they find a way to launch it, it is unlikely that the destination will be Japan. In any case, there was too little information to make plans, but then he remembered the rescued girl, and realized that they did have one source of information after all. The princess asked her what she was doing, and she replied that she was praying. The girl said that her comrades remained in the destroyed vehicles, those with whom she had invaded the base. Her voice carried restrained pain, but also determination. She had no time for funerals. The princess asked again with surprise about the comrades, and the girl explained that they fought together, shoulder to shoulder. This admission astonished the princess. She did not expect that she had become a soldier at such a young age. Gently patting the girl on the hands, the princess said with seriousness in her voice that she must listen. Children have no place on the battlefield, and there is nothing good in that. Then, with her usual confidence, she added that now everything is changed, for they have a hero who will lead them to peace, fighting as before. These words irritated the protagonist. Her self-confidence was starting to get on his nerves. She said whatever came to mind, as if her opinion was the only correct one. But now was not the time for arguments, as they needed to gather information, and he understood that intervention in the war was far from the only path. Perhaps they still had other options. After thinking for a moment, the girl stood at attention like a soldier and officially introduced herself as an operator of the United Human Liberation Army, then, looking at the hero with curiosity, called him brother, assuming he was a pilot, and then asked whom he reported to and what his rank was. He immediately realized that the girl had mistakenly taken him for a pilot, whereas in reality he was merely an ordinary student, without rank or subordination, and, not wanting to delve into explanations, he simply briefly stated his name while she remained silent, looking at him with some strange expression, either disappointment or puzzlement, and he wondered if perhaps just a name was not enough to meet her expectations. A moment later, the girl nodded and calmly stated that she understood everything. His rank and affiliation were apparently classified, adding that she had just heard rumors about secret troops with superpowers, and the princess, without going into details, merely repeated with satisfaction that he was a hero, as she had said from the very beginning. They both continued to convince themselves of their version, that hero is actually a call sign or code name for a fighter from secret forces. The hero, seeing no point in arguing, simply decided to leave everything as it is and remain silent. The girl, shifting her gaze to the princess, asked with slight doubt whether she was a civilian. The princess, placing her hand on her chest, introduced herself with dignity, adding that she was a princess, although she lost her status the moment she left her country. The girl, frowning slightly, admitted that she didn't quite understand what was being said, but she clearly understood one thing. The person in front of her was not a soldier. The operator of the United People's Liberation Army suddenly became alarmed and warned that they needed to retreat as soon as possible. The enemy could appear at any moment, assuming that most likely there were no prisoners left to save, and her words helped the hero better understand what was happening. They were indeed on an enemy base, and the girl had come here to rescue her comrades and possibly civilians. In any case, the main thing now was to get out of there. And he silently nodded, agreeing with her conclusion. At that moment, the girl suddenly clutched her side. However, at the crucial moment, Yuji managed to catch the girl, preventing her from falling, and immediately asked her about her well-being, mentally noting that she could not die. He needed the information she could provide, to which the girl weakly responded that she felt pain in her chest. The princess, observing the events, admiringly noted that he was carrying the wounded girl in his arms like a true hero, and added that perhaps she would also like to be in her place. The hero, not wishing to support her words, simply ignored her. With warmth in her voice, the girl thanked him for his help, adding that she was grateful not only for the rescue but also for the fact that he, albeit unintentionally, replaced her on the battlefield, taking on what she was supposed to do. When everyone returned to the robot, the hero immediately noticed a serious problem. The hatch was knocked out, and without it, moving around was simply dangerous. Wasting no time, he got to work. He began creating a new one, using everything at hand, relying on structural adjustments and his own skills. With one precise movement of the lever, he successfully connected the robot's armor, which greatly surprised the operator, and the princess, with a slight smile, emphasized that this is exactly how the hero's magical ability manifests, adding that it is truly impressive. And upon hearing the mention of magic, the operator once again confirmed her mistaken belief. In front of her was a fighter from secret forces with superpowers. However, the hero interrupted her thoughts with a short order to lead them further. The operator knelt before the hero and, turning around, calmly explained that otherwise she would not be able to operate the navigator. The system required an exact position. The princess, watching this with keen interest, immediately exclaimed that she also wanted to try, clearly not fully understanding the essence of what was happening. The princess, not wanting to be left behind, also sat on his lap, but almost immediately heard the hero quietly and restrainedly say that he couldn't move and asked her to step aside. She froze for a moment, then, with a slight sadness in her voice, agreed and said she understood him. Having figured out the controls, they quickly came to a decision. They needed to take the rifle and leave this place as soon as possible. Taking a step back at the last moment, he avoided the collapse of the bridge beneath them. The structures couldn't hold. The princess noted that they had already advanced quite far, and the operator, agreeing, added that the enemy base was built on ruins, so everything here is unstable. He clearly saw the world he had entered: ruined streets, debris of buildings, traces of past battles. Everything around indicated that there had been no peace here for a long time. Realizing that they were ready to descend, he jumped into the cabin and warned the girls to hold on tight. A downward movement was ahead. With a crash, the machine landed on the ground, finding itself amidst the ruins. Remnants of the city and traces of a vanished civilization stretched in all directions. This scene prompted the young man to an unexpected thought. Such a world, with the exploration of ruins in open space, could serve as an excellent foundation for a video game in his world. However, he immediately stopped his own thought, realizing how ridiculous it would be to seriously consider the idea of creating a game if it meant ending up in another world for it. Even for him, that would be clearly over the top. Meanwhile, the princess was examining the surroundings with amazement, marveling at the ruins and especially the multitude of rectangular stone buildings, admitting that she had never seen anything like it. Noticing that the princess was in a good mood, he involuntarily succumbed to her energy and quickened his pace. It was all new to him as well, and despite his fatigue, an interest in the unknown was awakening in him. The operator, monitoring the navigator, reported that the system had registered a new level. He briefly indicated that he understood her. The princess, reminding that she is no longer the princess of her country, asked the hero to address her informally, and he, in turn, thought that it wouldn't hurt her to stop constantly calling him a hero. It was starting to get tiring, and with a sigh, he agreed, not wanting to argue. Suddenly a strange sound was heard, a dull rumble, as if something massive had shifted deep within the ruins, and all three immediately became alert, their eyes darting to the sensor, trying to understand what exactly it had reacted to. Ahead, an intense firefight between the robots was beginning. Flashes, the roar of shots, and vibrations were felt even from a distance. The sensors detected movement, and it was clear. The battle was heating up, and they had to decide how to proceed. However, the operator quickly explained that the shooting ahead was the work of her allies, who were approaching from another direction. This clarified the situation a bit. Despite the reinforcement, they were still in the minority. The hero realized that even if their vehicle joined the fight, the overall balance of power would not change significantly, and they needed to leave quickly to avoid trouble. From the battlefield came discordant cries. Someone was calling for help, someone was ordering not to break formation, commands and anxious exclamations were heard. In this chaos, the princess suddenly caught a child's voice among the others, thin and frightened. This made her think, perhaps inside one of the golems there really is a child, just like herself. When the operator agreed with her guess, the princess declared with even greater determination that they were obliged to save this child. After all, in her words, a world where children are drawn into war cannot be right. Turning to him, the princess, with hope in her voice, expressed confidence that he would be able to defeat the Demon King's army and create a new world, a world where children would no longer have to fight. She added that saving this girl would be his first step on this path. The hero gave her a puzzled look, noting to himself that her words sounded overly grandiose, as if she was entrusting him with the fate of the entire world, even though he felt neither attachment to this world nor a desire to risk himself for it. He did not want to put himself in danger, and at that moment, someone suddenly tugged at his arm. This hand belonged to the operator. Turning to him, she looked at him with quiet sadness and sympathy. After a moment of silence, he still nodded in agreement. The girls exhaled with relief. Their faces reflected clear relief and hope. He mentally noted that since the situation had gone this far, retreating was already pointless. The easiest way, he reasoned, would be to use this noble act as a pretext to extract the necessary information from the army in exchange for the displayed valor. The hero calmly asked the girls to leave the robot, adding that he trusted the princess to take care of the wounded. The princess readily accepted his words, nodding in agreement. After that, both girls left the cabin, leaving him alone with the controls and the upcoming task. Having shed the excess weight and feeling relieved, he moved forward. Soon he came across the wreckage of an allied machine, shot down in a recent battle, and after inspecting the empty cockpit, he initially decided that the pilot had managed to retreat. However, noticing that the boosters were still in place, he revised his assumption. Most likely, the pilot had been evacuated before the machine was completely lost. He gathered all the suitable equipment and surviving spare parts, after which he activated the structural tuning skill. His goal was to prepare as best as possible to collect the maximum number of useful items before the start of the operation. At this time, the girls, left alone, suddenly heard strange sounds nearby. Assuming it might be their hero, they became alert, listening with hope and anxiety. Armed with massive weapons, he rushed forward. Without hesitation, he made one precise, calculated shot. The projectile forcefully went into the distance, leaving a trail in the air behind it. The enemy robots became confused. Upon noticing a familiar machine, they began to communicate with each other, trying to determine if it was an ally. Their reaction betrayed bewilderment and doubt. The operator, observing the events, exclaimed upon learning the strength of the attack that he might perish if he carried the maneuver to the end. However, the princess, calmly placing her hand on her shoulder, gently stopped her and restrainedly but confidently suggested not to worry and just to believe in him. When the adjustment of the accelerators was completed, he moved on to the next stage, disassembling the structure. Waiting for the right moment, he activated the system and released all the ammunition he had managed to gather in advance. Shells rushed towards the target one after another, creating a powerful salvo designed for maximum damage. The operator watched Yuji's actions with bewilderment. She couldn't understand why he directed the attack at the building instead of the enemies. However, the hero himself, noticing that the structure was initially tilted, acted strictly according to his plan. Foreseeing the development of the situation, he loudly warned that the building was about to collapse. And in the next moment, the massive structure fell with a deafening crash, raising a cloud of dust and shaking the ground. Everything happened swiftly, but exactly as he had anticipated. He acted confidently, as if he knew exactly what he was doing, recalling how in every game there are levels with changing terrain, and understanding that such experience requires practice. Therefore, after successfully separating the parts of the robot, he quickly got into the rhythm and fully concentrated on the process. The operator, observing his actions, was amazed, especially by how he used rocket artillery. His accuracy and ingenuity impressed her, as even they had not been trained in such techniques. However, Yuji soon noticed that the enemies had changed tactics. Now they moved in such a way that, in the event of an attack, he risked hitting his own. He had experienced something similar before. Back then, he and his allies surrounded the enemy, but at the decisive moment, everyone froze. No one dared to attack, because hitting their own side incurred a serious penalty, and no one wanted to take on such responsibility. Continuing to shoot down opponents, he aimed to at least partially reduce their numbers. One of the enemies, pulling a blade from the handle, rushed forward, intending to attack him, and the girls, noticing the threat, called out to him, trying to warn him. However, at such speed, using the rifle became extremely difficult. An aimed shot required time that he did not have. Having intercepted the enemy's attack, he sharply changed the trajectory of his movement and tried to seize him. And then, cunningly deciding that the addition found among the debris would become an unexpected trump card for the enemies, he activated the ability of poke creation, a special function of his magical suit, which operates based on structural tuning. Energy flared across his armor, and a hidden mechanism began to transform, forming a new weapon. He was going to use it in close combat, quickly, suddenly, and with maximum efficiency. With one swift motion, the hero activated the enhanced module and severed both arms of the enemy robot. The operator watched in amazement as the hero managed to tear off the arm of the enemy robot, and the princess explained that this was the result of his magical skill, structural tuning, and added that she had heard he was capable of modifying weapons and equipment. Then the girl exclaimed how cool he was, and concluded that this might mean his ability to dismantle anything, even if it was not originally intended for combat, and adapt it for himself. The hero remembered how in the princess's world he had already used this same technique against monsters with mobile armor. Then he also used structural tuning to dismantle their protective segments. This method turned out to be incredibly convenient. It allowed him to quickly neutralize the threat, bypassing a frontal confrontation. Everything was going according to plan. Bursting into the enemy ranks, the hero managed to disrupt their formation by taking advantage of his magical armor, structural tuning. This significantly simplified his task. The enemies lost coordination, and he easily adapted his equipment to each new situation. Moreover, even the detached enemy hand turned out to be an excellent tool. Its design was sturdy and functional. Deciding that he needed to equip himself with the acquired trophies as soon as possible, the hero promptly began the process of integration, using his skill for the quick incorporation of new components into his armor. The enemy squad observing this could not believe their eyes. The hero barely had time to tear off the opponent's arm before immediately attaching it to his own body. This seemed impossible to them, defying all notions of combat, and the girl suggested that he was most likely going to use the enemy limb as part of his strategy. He knew for sure. To resolve the situation, skills alone were not enough. It was important to enhance himself. Therefore, he focused on improving his attributes, using enhanced items found in battle to gain a decisive advantage. Shouting to himself that they were enemies to him, Yuji activated the modification skill without hesitation. Then, without losing a second, he launched the, quote, connection again, intending to integrate new components and turn them into a weapon against those who dared to stand in his way. Creating a junction, and with each disconnection tearing off the limbs of the drags one by one, he acted with frightening precision. His skills rapidly grew before his eyes. Each successful connection strengthened his armor, and each battle turned into a training session, accelerating his adaptation and power. A fierce battle began. The battlefield was filled with the clatter of metal, flashes of energy, and sharp maneuvers. The operator was increasingly convinced of the hero's incredible abilities, noting how skillfully he fought against numerous opponents at once without losing control of the situation. The princess, watching him with pride, calmly remarked that this was exactly how she had always envisioned her hero. With a sigh of relief, the hero counted that only 4 soldiers remained in the ranks. Finally, he planned to use the damaged enemies as a shield, an unconventional tactic that was rarely useful in the games of his world, but here, in a real battle, could give him a decisive advantage. The girl, noticing the approaching enemy, called out to the hero with concern, warning him an attack in such a situation could affect not only enemies but also allies. Her voice sounded sharp, trying to convey the importance of caution at this critical moment. Upon learning that there was still one more enemy nearby, the hero became alert and instantly took a defensive position. His gaze became focused, his movements precise, and he was ready for any sudden maneuver from the enemy. Then the allies, seeing the tense situation, decided to intervene and support the familiar robot, the combat partner of their friend. The hero exhaled with relief, noticing the approaching comrades, realizing that now he had a chance to finish the fight with fewer losses. The allies opened fire, covering their comrade and pushing back the enemies, trying to prevent them from getting closer. The one, realizing that the danger had passed, could hardly believe what was happening and finally said that he was saved. It still seemed incredible to him that the opponents had indeed begun to retreat. Among the defeated robots, he suddenly noticed movement. One of the enemy cabins began to open. Not wanting to take any risks, the hero decided to use the monitor, enlarging the image to observe what was happening from a safe distance, and to determine whether a new threat was lurking there. He couldn't believe his eyes. In the open cabin, the enemy turned out to be a real monster. Having made sure that the creature was dead, the hero carefully examined it from the side, trying not to get too close. There was nothing visible on the face except for the eyes. No nose, no mouth, not even a hint of familiar features. just an empty alien gaze frozen in dead silence. He pondered that with such an appearance and a complete lack of human traits, establishing mutual understanding with such creatures would be extremely difficult. The hero hoped to use the transfer device installed at the enemy base to get answers, but it seemed that path was closed. Now the only option left was to seek information from people. The hero's thoughts were interrupted by other robots rushing towards him. They were convinced that their friend was inside his machine, and while shouting words of gratitude for the rescue, they simultaneously asked if she herself was all right. When they heard a male voice, which, after apologizing, explained that she was not inside, the robots noticeably became confused. The hero quickly added that he would take them to her to clear up the misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the princess and the girl were already heading towards them, waving cheerfully to confirm that everything was fine. The girls, upon seeing their friend, noted with relief that she was all right, and immediately inquired about her wounds, sharing how surprised they were to hear a male voice over the radio instead of the usual one, to which she replied with a smile that the wounds did hurt, but she could move. One of them jokingly added that for a moment she even thought their friend's voice had suddenly changed. The princess, smiling with a warm, almost maternal smile, was touched by what was happening. In front of her were real children, albeit in the guise of little soldiers. The hero mentally agreed with this feeling. Despite the fact that the girls were formerly part of the army, everything that was happening resembled a game in which childlike spontaneity still broke through the harsh circumstances. The girl enthusiastically told her friends that a hero had saved her, and they, looking at him, smiled and noted that the whole team had saved this man. Casting attentive glances at him, the girls began to whisper, discussing that he had somewhat frightening eyes and overall looked quite dangerous. The guy, noticing their reaction, became confused and doubted whether they were afraid of him, although perhaps that might even be better. However, the operator, sensing the mood, confidently intervened. Although she had not talked to him much, she could confidently say that he could be trusted. The operator added that he is part of a secret unit and saved them literally by the power of thought. The girls immediately perked up, bombarding each other with questions and guesses. Another one doubtfully inquired whether he had any unusual abilities at all, to which the operator confidently confirmed, adding that he indeed had abilities, and they were very strong, noting that it was hardly a bad thing that the hero decided to reveal himself in battle if it helped save them. However, the third girl cautiously noted that it was suspicious in itself to hide such powers until this moment. Their lively discussion was interrupted by the princess, who gently intervened in the conversation. Addressing them as little soldier children, she reminded them that a hero is defined not only by strength. The girls curiously asked her who she was, and the princess calmly replied that she was a civilian and acquainted with the one they called a hero, which prompted a new wave of questions. One of the girls wondered if the word hero was his code name, and the princess, slightly smiling, explained that he truly was a hero, but not by rank. He strives to create a world where children no longer have to fight. Hearing her words, the girls exchanged glances and became alert. Doubt flickered in their eyes. One of the girls, after listening to the princess, remarked that there was nothing wrong with it. She really would like to live in a world where there was no need to fight. Another, picking up on her thought, added that, be that as it may, they cannot afford to sit back now. Too much is at stake. The guy mentally considered all this empty talk. The task seemed to him practically impossible, too complex and burdensome. Moreover, he had not the slightest desire to carry it out. The operator, sensing the mood, turned to her friend with a sincere question about why she spoke that way, and in her opinion, if the hero really succeeds, it would be wonderful. She admitted that she no longer wants to see deaths and finds nothing wrong in his endeavor. Having decided it was time to set out, the girls announced their return to base and began discussing who would lead the squad. At that moment, the operator reminded them that he had a code name and they should address him as Captain Hero. The guy was frankly confused. Another word had now been added to his nickname, and he wondered how it happened. After all, with the title come responsibilities, and he already had too much on his plate. One of the girls, speaking particularly seriously, officially introduced herself and asked Captain Hero to prove that he could truly be relied upon, reminding him that he was also older than them, which meant he should set an example. Following the first, the second introduced herself, unexpectedly seriously asking that if she were to die, he would lay flowers on her grave. Then the third stepped forward. After stating her name, she promised to try not to disappoint him. After her words, silence ensued, dense, almost tangible. He silently raised his hand to his temple in a gesture of serious agreement and firmly stated that he would do everything possible. His voice sounded calm, but with an inner determination that the girls immediately sensed. At that moment, without further words, they all unanimously decided, from now on, they are the hero squad. Then the hero thought that perhaps it wasn't so bad after all, the fact that they relied on him. If their trust helps save more pilots, then it makes sense. The more we manage to save, the better it will be for everyone. He gave everyone a clear and confident order, return to their devices. Then he added that they were moving out. It was time to return to the base. After the girl informed him that there was very little left of the base and they would soon see it, the hero thought with relief that all this would soon be over. He was tired of babysitting children, and he hoped that once they reached the base, he could start searching for information about their world and then finally rest. One of the girls sadly noted that only the 4 of them were returning to the base. The others couldn't make it. There was a quiet sorrow in her voice. Another, peering ahead, suddenly pointed with her finger and said that the base was located deep inside a large building. Suddenly, their attention was drawn by a deafening crash, powerful, sharp, as if something enormous had collapsed nearby. The girls looked ahead in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their base, which seemed reliable and impregnable, was being destroyed right before their eyes. The princess hesitantly called out to the operator, and she immediately understood what it was about. Agreeing, she confirmed that they had indeed arrived at the docking module of their base. Clenching his teeth, he immediately realized that the situation had gotten even worse. It would no longer be possible to postpone, and any thoughts of a quick rest could be forgotten. Assuming that the base had just collapsed, he thought irritably. Not only did he fail to learn anything about this world, now he would also have to deal with the children's problems. It would have been much calmer if he had gone alone. She asked the operator how their base was, but she replied that she didn't know. There was no communication. Then the 3rd girl added that the sensors showed nothing and no signs of the enemy were detected, while the 4th, wasting no time, urged them to hurry, because there might be survivors. And the hero, hearing this, briefly agreed with her. Around the shattered debris lay motionless bodies, the remains of their comrades. The atmosphere was grim and silent. One of the girls, looking around, quietly said that there were no signs of life. The princess, stunned by what she saw, silently covered her mouth with her hand. The shock was too great to immediately find words. One of the girls cautiously remarked that it was the service staff with whom she was almost unfamiliar, and added that everything was going suspiciously smoothly, while another quietly said that everything had been fine just recently. The 3rd, looking around, asked if there was a leader among them. The hero noted that their robots are quite convenient to use and capable of traveling long distances without the need for a stationary base. One of the girls picked up on his idea and suggested that he use his abilities. For example, try to do something with the headquarters, repair it, or reinforce it using parts from damaged machines. Another also approached him with a request to take care of it. However, the hero, having examined the destruction, replied that the damage was too severe. Restoration was impossible. He calmly informed them that he couldn't do it, and to himself he mentally added. This thought really flashed through his mind immediately, as soon as he saw the destruction. But no. His skill was still on cooldown, and moreover, it required additional tuning before use. Even if he wanted to, until the ability was restored, he still wouldn't be able to do anything. The operator then grimly declared that in that case, she would give their enemies a final battle. Her voice carried restrained fury, and not a shadow of doubt. Others, picking up her words, also agreed. They were ready to fight to the very end, to death if necessary, and to destroy as many enemies as possible. One of them added with cold determination that they would kill as many opponents as they could. The hero couldn't believe his ears. Such eerie, grim things were coming from the children. It seemed wrong to him, almost monstrous. The princess, unable to bear it, cried out, demanding that they stop. The princess tried to stop them, reminding them that they were still children and did not have to sacrifice their lives, especially for the sake of revenge. She asked who would even be happy if they died. In response, the girls, one after another, began to express their thoughts. In their opinion, everyone around would indeed be pleased if they died, as there would be fewer enemies then. Their words carried a bitter conviction, as if in death they saw not a tragedy, but a long-awaited relief for others. The princess, in response, asked a new question. What about those people who will be sad and mourn for their friends who have lost their lives? The girls fell silent. One of them was about to say something, but the princess interrupted her, adding that even she herself would be very sad. The princess, with utmost sincerity, asked them not to give up on life. She said she believes that the hero will succeed, and in a world where children no longer have to fight, they will surely be welcomed. Then one of the girls, gritting her teeth, quietly replied that there were no chances after all. Turning to the hero, the princess asked if there was any way to save these children. Everyone else, hearing her words, turned to him with hope. Mentally, he admitted that he had hoped to spend time with them only until arriving at the base. No more, but now there was nothing to be done. He would have to go further, stay close, take responsibility, and continue the journey, and the first thing to do was to leave the battlefield, retreat to a safe place. He understood that now their fate was tied to his decisions, and there was no turning back from this. He thought that if this were a game, he would have long used a spell or a rare item to instantly leave this place, but alas, he had nothing of the sort. Then his gaze fell on the hand taken from the enemy. Perhaps there would be something useful in it, and noticing the built-in lever, he decided to see what would happen if he activated it. He activated the skill, Structural Tuning. Grabbing the fragment, he turned to the team and reported that he was unable to restore the base. The damage was too severe. But assembling an aircraft using the surviving parts and enemy technologies was quite within his power. He thought to himself how good it was that he had already had the experience of assembling flying machines in the game. He gave his team a clear order to gather all the resources that might be needed for a long flight. One of the girls, feeling encouraged, noted with relief that they were finally being rescued. And what a great hero they had. The second, upon hearing this, agreed and added that if that's the case, they must not give up. The third, with a slight smile, inquired whether the captain had extrasensory abilities. After all, no matter how much you practice, you still can't learn that. The fourth, with obvious relief, said that, thank God, they wouldn't have to die, and wondered aloud whether they would ever be able to repay the hero for everything he does for them. The princess, inspired by what was happening, said with genuine admiration that he had truly become a real hero. He responded with a light smile, without pomp, simply and calmly, and immediately began to figure out the control system. He understood perfectly well. Launching the ship was not a problem, he could handle that, but for a full-fledged flight he lacked information, and he only hoped that the controls would be as intuitive as those of a smartphone. At that moment, an operator approached him and handed him a strange device, and the hero, looking at it in surprise, asked what it was. She explained that it was a data carrier that she managed to take from their base. It was the one they used on the main computer, and as she understood, it might now prove necessary. Surprised to think that something like USB flash drives actually exists in their world, he thanked the operator and said that she literally saved him. Soon, one of the operators, now addressing him as captain, reported that the containers were secured, and the loading of resources was complete. Then he, without wasting time, gave the order. Since everything is ready, let's fly. As a true captain, he addressed the crew with the question of whether they were ready, and then added that Millie would be steering the ship, to which she immediately agreed and promised to do her best. She was a good scout and already had experience working with the navigation system, so she could really be relied upon, especially at such a moment. One of the girls suddenly asked what their ship would be called, and the question caught him off guard. He was momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to answer. Mentally, he began to go through absurd options like AAA or Name 1, not understanding why he had to come up with a name. It seemed unexpectedly important, although just a minute ago he hadn't even thought about it. The girls immediately began suggesting their options, like Kitten or simply Kit, because, in their opinion, although the name is simple, it sounds friendly and memorable. Another objected that such a name is too childish and does not inspire fear, and the ship should sound as if it is ready to spill the enemy's guts. The captain listened to their argument, but in the end he accepted the proposed option, thinking that the simpler and easier it is to remember, the better. He would have forgotten any long, legendary name anyway. The princess noticed that it seemed to her that he should have been the one to name the ship, but, she added with a slight smile, the name chosen by the girls was also quite nice, and the hero, after once again thanking the operator for the delivered device, agreed with the name. Then, already in the role of captain, he gave the order to complete the loading of the devices and prepare for takeoff. Everything indicated that their journey was about to begin. After the girls reported to the captain that all the devices were securely fastened, he confirmed that the launch was beginning. He emphasized that leaving the battlefield after the battle was a task of paramount importance. The operator replied that she understood and reported the coordinates of the destination Yggdrasil. The princess, upon hearing this, curiously inquired what kind of place it was. The girls explained that Yggdrasil is their citadel, their home, where they need to return, and the hero, mentally thanking the princess for her question, suggested that it might be the main base of humanity in this world, and therefore, there might be information about a device capable of returning him back to Japan, and he also hoped that there he would find someone to whom he could entrust the children into reliable hands, where they would no longer have to fight. The operator announced that she was commencing the takeoff operation and would speed up the process to save time, and her words were followed by clear, coordinated commands. First, closing the containers, then starting the steering engines, followed by activating the main engines, and finally, turning on the anti-gravity systems. Everything happened quickly and smoothly, and after a few moments, the team reported to the captain that they were airborne. He confidently exclaimed, calling his team the Hero Squad, and loudly announced, "Their destination is Yggdrasil." The airship Whale Calf took off. Rising into the sky, leaving the smoldering battlefield behind, the captain asked his crew for a moment of silence. The crew complied without words, and a silence filled with respect and remembrance settled on board. The captain, having inspected the space outside, reported that no enemies were visible, then instructed her to maintain the current altitude to avoid unnecessary risk. Having ensured relative safety, he decided to proceed to the next step. He decided that while there was still time, he needed to learn as much as possible about the world they had entered. After all, his knowledge was almost zero at the moment. He hoped that the folder he was given would at least contain a list of those who lived on the base. But what he saw shocked him. The biological age of the head of the base is only 19 years. And this already seemed too young for such a position. But something else was even more striking. The average age of the residents was 10 years, which meant that all the pilots were children, and the adults, apparently, had perished. This meant that only children were fighting here, and only they were on the fronts too, and, it must be, the death of friends had become a habitual part of life for them, which means humanity in this world had almost perished. He could not imagine that the enemy these children were fighting was so dangerous, so destructive, that it could wipe an entire base off the face of the earth. Flying past the ruins, through clouds of ash and debris of what was once a living outpost, they felt as if someone was watching them. The commander noticed that the sun was setting towards the horizon. The day was coming to an end, and the operator, looking at the time readings, confirmed that it was already evening and asked if they could set up camp, to which he briefly agreed, after which she suggested a spot by the lake. There was enough space and a natural water source, as he himself believed that moving at night was too dangerous. Visibility was limited, and the enemy could take advantage of the darkness, and there was no need to take risks. The girls from the team, one after another, liked the proposed place for a stop, and they agreed, noting that right by the lake they could replenish their water supplies, and when the captain declared that it was decided, the princess enthusiastically clapped her hands and also suggested stopping there. The commander felt a bit lost for a moment. He didn't quite understand why the princess was so excited. Meanwhile, their aircraft gently landed right at the edge of the lake, reflecting the last glimmers of the setting sun. Allowing the team to rest, he warned that he would stay on guard with one of the girls in case a threat appeared, and the princess, hearing this, said that she would also go and refresh herself. And he did not attach much importance to her words, deciding that she just wanted to go into the water a little after a long flight, gently lowering her to the shore. Taking off her shoes, she carefully stepped into the water, lifting the hem of her dress to avoid getting the fabric wet. Soon other girls joined her. Taking off their shoes and exchanging glances, they also carefully stepped into the water. The girl, who stayed on guard with the captain, asked with a slight doubt in her voice why he chose her specifically. He calmly explained, "She has a sniper-type device, which means her sensors have a longer range. This makes her the most suitable for observation." He himself could not help but notice her insecurity, which was surprising. After all, she was part of the combat team but apparently still doubted herself, and without dwelling on it, he returned to the terminal, to which he was already beginning to get used, continuing his search and unexpectedly discovering some kind of video inside. In the video he found, the girl was intently pressing the trigger, continuing to practice long-range shooting. Her movements were precise, calculated, without unnecessary fuss. The guy was impressed by how quickly she handled a series of targets. Alone, without support. As for manual shooting, it was simply incredible. And inspired by what he saw, he continued watching and soon found another video. In the second video, to his great surprise, there was the same girl again. But now not in training, but right on the battlefield. The video clearly showed, unlike in training shooting where she acted confidently and accurately, in real combat her shots almost never hit the target. Only occasionally did she manage to hit moving objects, and overall, it looked frankly weak. He contacted her and directly said that he had looked at her records, not understanding what was going on, asked why she shoots so poorly in real combat, and the girl, flustered, stammering, finally admitted. She was scared, and when asked for clarification, whether the battlefield itself frightened her, she replied that it did not. She admitted, she is not afraid of the battle itself, but that her mistake could cost someone in the squad their life. The captain, having listened calmly, replied that he understands her and will remember this. Silently watching her robot, he pondered. It was evident. She was burdened by the weight of responsibility she voluntarily carried, and although she still managed in an ordinary battle, what would happen if the situation got out of control? With frustration, he came to the conclusion. She has both abilities and talent, but in practice, in real combat conditions, she is completely useless. Suddenly, the first drops of rain began to patter against the robot's glass. A second later, the sky erupted into a downpour, heavy, noisy, as if nature itself had decided to remind that there would be no peace here. The captain, having made sure that it was not a brief shower, glanced towards the lake. He was concerned that the water might rise too high. The girls were still by the shore, and he could not allow them to be caught off guard by even such a seemingly simple thing as bad weather. Already completely undressed, the girls stood in the lake, allowing the rain to freely flow down their bodies, and the princess, raising her face to the sky and opening her palms to meet the drops, exclaimed with delight how wonderful it was, and then, as if addressing everyone and, at the same time, the sky itself, suggested thanking the heavens for this blessing. Embarrassed by what he saw, the captain mentally, almost indignantly, asked himself the question, what is this princess doing? What is her goal? Is she testing his reliability in such a strange way? Or, heaven forbid, has she decided to seduce him? And all this without the slightest warning, as he understood nothing. Averting his gaze, he firmly decided that he should not look there, as it was better to focus on the guard duty, as intended, and at that very moment something on the periphery of his vision caught his attention. The captain noticed how the raindrops, falling in one specific spot between the half-ruined walls, began to behave strangely, as if they were colliding with something invisible yet dense. Suddenly it vanished, as if it had never been there. The captain froze, overwhelmed by bewilderment. He couldn't understand. Had something ghostly really just been watching them, discernible only by the distortion of the rain? With the help of his robot, he unfolded a huge protective tarp and sheltered the team from the rain. The girls, having already set up camp, sat in a common circle. The princess, noticing that he was still standing aside, specially prepared a place for him. Then, with a slight smile, she beckoned him to join them. In front of him stood a modest box of food, and the thought occurred to him. This was the first time he was eating since he found himself in their world, and the food looked simple. It didn't stand out, but it was no different from ordinary food. He slowly brought the spoon to his mouth and swallowed. For a moment, he froze. The food was simply disgusting. Terrible texture. The taste was almost imperceptible, and he thought it couldn't get any worse, but still. He had to eat. There was nothing to be done. It was a regular military ration, after all. He remembered that in his world, according to rumors, the Japanese army's rations were quite edible, even tasty, and glancing at the girls, he decided that apparently such food was the norm for them. The princess, meanwhile, without hiding her curiosity, turned to one of the girls with a question about the taste of the food. The girl replied that she didn't really care, but honestly, no, the food was not tasty. And yet, despite the complaints, according to her, this ration was tastier than nothing. And then, with a slight sadness, stirring the food in her dish, she turned to the hero with an unexpected request. To create a world where everyone would eat only delicious food, and he, hearing this, mentally smirked as the sarcastic thought slipped by itself. Interesting. Does he look like a chef? One of the girls reminded the princess that she herself had spoken of a world where children would no longer have to fight, and the princess confirmed this, adding that this was why she had asked the hero. He would manage, she was sure of it, while the captain silently noted that in fact he had promised her nothing of the sort. No words, no oaths, not even a hint. It was all her decision, attributed to him without his involvement. And another girl, now addressing him, remarked that the goal was certainly interesting, but in her opinion too difficult. The girl added that to change anything they need much more energy. Currently there is not enough, not even close, and if luck is on their side, they will survive. If not, they will die. It's that simple. To which the princess replied that they give up too quickly, without even trying. The captain mentally noted that the situation indeed looked hopeless. Here they were surrendering, and how the previous battle could not have taught the princess this, although, in his opinion, there was still a grain of truth in her words. And while the girls chatted about how the food could be made tastier, he suddenly remembered something and reached into his pockets. His pockets were full of all sorts of things. Small items, scraps of packaging, parts, and he hoped to find among them what he needed. So after rummaging, he pulled out a small container with something granular and sprinkled the contents into his ration, tasting it, at first grimacing uncertainly, but then admitted it seemed to have gotten better. When the princess inquired what it was, he took out all his little jars and showed her. It was his personal set of spices. He always carried it with him and used it when he had to set up camp in her world. Having received permission from the captain to try, the princess carefully took a spoonful of his seasoned food. After swallowing, she perked up. The taste had indeed become richer. Encouraged, she stood up and happily suggested that the others try it too, clearly hoping that it would lift the spirits of the entire team at least a little. One by one, the girls tried the food with the captain's spices. Some raised their eyebrows in surprise, some nodded reservedly, and some even allowed themselves a slight smile. One by one, the girls began to speak. Almost in unison, with surprise and delight, each noted that it had become truly delicious, and that with the spices, the food felt completely different. Soon a lively discussion flared up in the circle. Someone wondered why no one had thought of such a thing before, while someone else remarked with annoyance that their rations had never been supplied with anything like it. Amid the general excitement, the princess turned to the same girl who had previously spoken about fear and fatigue. With gentle concern in her voice, she inquired whether she felt even a little better. She replied with a slight smile that it seemed, yes, it had become easier. The princess, addressing everyone with a slight solemnity, noted that she had asked the hero to make the food tastier, and he fulfilled her request as he simply brought spices with him. Nothing special and certainly not a feat worthy of such words, but observing how the girls smiled, argued, and ate with appetite, he admitted. The fighting spirit did indeed rise a little. Looking at the sky, he noticed that the sun in their world was almost indistinguishable from the Earth's. The princess inquired whether everyone had rested, and the captain, not understanding why she was asking, briefly answered affirmatively, after which the girls, one by one, agreed with him, and he announced that their airship Kitten was taking off to its destination. Moving forward, he pondered yesterday's episode with the ghostly silhouette that seemed to appear to him then. He ordered the operator to fly between the building and the body of water, precisely through the area where the rain was behaving strangely. He also instructed everyone else to be particularly vigilant in this area, even if it turned out to be a false alarm. They moved forward and flew exactly as the captain had ordered, between the collapsed buildings and the body of water. Then he was certain something was wrong. The girls noticed it with alarm until one of them more confidently stated that they were being pursued by an enemy ship. The princess said in surprise that he was like a giant invisible monster. The captain, blaming himself, thought about how he hoped it was just his imagination. The operator asked why he was flying after them but not attacking. Another of the girls suggested that perhaps the enemy ship wants to determine the location of Yggdrasil. Then another asked if this means that its task is simply surveillance. The third, upon hearing this, declared that it was bad and urged an immediate attack. The captain hurried to stop them and asked a question. Can the enemy ship transmit any data? One of the girls, confirming his suspicion, replied that it is indeed capable of broadcasting its technical specifications to everyone indiscriminately. Turning on the monitor, the captain received the data. Ship class, Silent Turtle. features invisibility, sensitive sensors, and a maximum number of machines on board, 8. The team became alarmed. The very fact that they were being pursued by an invisible ship already caused tension, but they were especially concerned that it not only had perfect camouflage but also 8 devices inside, and the girl started talking about how fighting such an opponent was pointless. The advantage in stealth and numbers was too great. He began to analyze the situation. He knew the opponent's abilities in class: invisibility, powerful sensors, high competition among combat units, and even if they engaged in battle, they had only 4 devices, few spare parts, and their small ship. So in a frontal confrontation, they would not have a single chance of victory. The princess, observing his reaction, clarified whether she understood correctly that the invisible monster was indeed in front of them, and he briefly confirmed, while at that moment he recalled how surprised he was when he noticed its silhouette in the rain. It was almost impossible, but still he saw it. And then it dawned on him. In games of this kind, enemies almost always have weaknesses. There is no absolute weapon. Quickly glancing at the map, he gave the operator the order to hover in place and not fly anywhere, then turned to the team with the question of whether anyone had grenades, and when one of the girls replied that she had them, the commander immediately ordered her to prepare to use them, after which he informed everyone that they were making an emergency landing. Having descended urgently, they landed on the chosen site. The captain asked the girls if they had taken all their positions. Connecting to the general response, the operator reported that she was calculating the flight trajectory of the enemy ship. The second girl also made contact. She was finishing the calibration of the weapon and clarified that she needed to fire a projectile at the water's surface. The captain briefly confirmed. He knew that if the ship was splashed with dirty water, it could be seen. A moment later, she reported that she had completed the calculation and determined the approximate location of the enemy, and the captain immediately gave the order: fire. With one precise strike, she opened fire directly towards the lake. The projectile hit the water's surface with a dull sound, raising a column of dirty water and spray into the air. The water really helped. Against the backdrop of splashes and murky streams, the silhouette of the invisible enemy ship that had been pursuing them all this time became discernible. Without losing a second, the crew opened fire. However, the enemy disappeared again, and one of the girls noted that dousing the invisible ship with dirty water was not the smartest idea. Of course, it was great that they at least managed to catch a glimpse of it. But in the end, it turned out to be pointless. The captain had another idea. He knew that there was little ammunition left, but despite this, he decided to use it. He ordered the grenade launchers to be loaded, and the girl agreed and set to work, but soon reported that the ammunition would only last for a short time. Then, hesitating a little, she asked how she was supposed to reload if both her hands were occupied. The captain, understanding the complexity of the situation, briefly agreed with her remark and began the disconnection, preparing to assist manually in order not to lose pace and prevent failures in battle. She, not understanding, called out to the captain. He, activating the structural tuning skill, calmly asked if it had become better. The girl noticed with surprise that the captain, using his abilities, had attached additional arms to her robot. Now it could simultaneously fire and reload without external assistance. Recalling all their efforts, anxiety, fear, tense hours of preparation, and the risk of each attempt, she felt a growing determination inside. Now, with new opportunities and the captain's support, she was determined to try her best. Having fired a couple of rounds, she quickly reloaded her weapon. The shells flew swiftly, cutting through the air with a dull whistle. Shells hit the lake with a dull splash, raising a powerful wave that rolled across the surface. One of her companions was clearly struck. She did not expect such an effect. She had already expended 4 magazines, and clearly realized that the guns were set up in such a way that all the fired shells would explode simultaneously. Now that everything was set in motion, she was confident. The invisible airship would no longer be able to hide or escape. The girls joyfully exclaimed that they could now clearly see the enemy aircraft. Its body was completely covered with water, and the camouflage no longer concealed its outline. The captain noted their coordinated actions and praised them for an excellent job. A moment later, the enemy ship completely uncloaked, and now it was clearly and unmistakably visible. A massive silhouette loomed over the lake, no longer hiding. The captain gave the order to begin the attack and open fire. The girls immediately put the weapons into action and unleashed a barrage of shots on the enemy aircraft. However, soon one after another began to report that their attacks were ineffective. The enemy's sturdy armor completely absorbed the damage, and even explosions left no marks. The captain pondered, unable to understand whether his data was correct. Everything indicated that the attack should have been effective, and a suspicion arose. Perhaps if they did not get closer, breaking through the enemy's defense would simply be impossible. Soon the enemy revealed its tentacle cannons and began preparing for an attack. The girls were unable to obtain data. The sensors were not capturing the necessary information, and the situation was rapidly changing against their favor. Swiftly moving the gun, they tried to warn the others that the attack would come from the left. The commander, catching the direction of the threat, immediately gave the order to evade. Almost immediately after this, an unexpected attack followed from the right flank, catching off guard even those who were already on alert. One of the girls reported that she would take another position for shooting and try to destroy all the enemy's tentacles. However, another immediately warned that the enemy ship had no blind spots. It was impossible to approach it unnoticed. The captain, after listening to both, suggested a different approach: to attack from a sniper position and create a blind spot independently, using maneuvers and distracting actions. She, aiming with the help of her robot, reported that she was starting to fire at the tentacles of the enemy ship. Fully understanding that it was necessary to disable the turret as soon as possible, she focused on the point of vulnerability and hoped to shoot directly into the muzzle of one of the tentacles. She was anxious. The tentacles were constantly moving, changing position, and the barrel she needed to hit was too small. This made aiming difficult, and it was unclear to her exactly where to direct the shot to inflict damage. However, gathering her courage and mentally asking for the shot to be accurate, she nevertheless decided and pulled the trigger. But she missed. The projectile went past the target, merely grazing the armor of the tentacle. The enemy immediately responded to the miss by attacking the sniper, and the captain, without losing a second, ordered everyone to cover her, understanding that even if their shots did not penetrate the enemy's armor, they could distract his attention. The main thing was not to let him focus on one target, so he instructed them to shoot as much as needed to maintain pressure and give the sniper a chance for a second shot. Her rifle was thrown aside by the powerful impact, and it broke, losing its combat capability. The girl thought with disappointment that perhaps she really was good for nothing. The captain immediately began disconnecting the damaged weapon. Activating the skill of structural tuning, the captain quickly assembled a new weapon using parts of a broken rifle and fragments of enemy armament, and explained to the girl that the new gun functions just like her previous one. The control principles remained familiar. However, he warned that its recoil was considerable, but the power was significantly higher. He asked if everything was clear to her. She hesitated and inquired whether he really believed she could handle it. The captain briefly confirmed his confidence in her. However, still doubting, she reminded that the rifle had changed, but her own skills remained the same. In her opinion, it would be wiser if she were replaced, as she was not sure she could effectively use the new weapon. Having contacted her friend, she clarified whether the friend could hear her. The friend immediately responded, asking what had happened, but before she could answer, the princess unexpectedly joined their conversation. A little confused, she inquired whether they were truly connected through a magical bond. Not fully understanding how it happened, she nevertheless thanked for the intervention and then shifted her attention to the sniper, preparing to continue the conversation with her. Clasping her hands together, she wished the sniper good luck and, trying to encourage her, suggested having dinner together after the battle. Her voice carried warm support, like a reminder that beyond the fight, something simple and human awaited them. The girl remembered their last dinner, that evening when they all truly had fun together. These memories gave her strength, reminding her what was worth fighting for. The sniper, thanking for the support, turned to the captain and said that she would try to hit the target. He briefly acknowledged her words without adding anything extra. His tone conveyed confidence. She was worried that if she missed again, someone might die. However, she soon realized that she had already made a mistake, but no one died, and it happened thanks to the captain. And then she corrected herself. No, not only thanks to the captain, but thanks to all of them. With this thought, she took aim and opened fire. However, she missed again, and this upset the team. The tension in the air became palpable. Only the princess continued to hope, not allowing disappointment to prevail. And she herself, holding back her excitement, kept telling herself that a mistake is not the end, and it is not as frightening as it seems. The main thing is not to stop. Concentrating, she suppressed her doubts and aimed again and fired. This precise shot hit the target directly. The tentacle twitched from the impact, and a spark of damage flared on its surface. Her entire already desperate team froze in amazement. No one expected that after 2 misses, she would still succeed. Her friend happily noted that the shot hit the target. The princess, with genuine admiration, said that she succeeded. Even the commander himself, allowing himself a rare smile, mentally noted that now they have a chance. They can create a blind spot as they had planned, and he praised her. Another powerful shot rushed towards the enemy, with new confidence, coordination, and strength. The thundering blows from the attacks on the enemy ship deafened the surroundings. The air trembled from the powerful explosions, echoing across the sky and ground. The sniper reported to the captain that she was finished. He nodded in agreement and noted that she had done well. Internally, he admitted. Initially, he expected that she would only manage to destroy 1 turret, however, to her surprise, she dealt with all of them. It turned out that she was a far more dangerous opponent than even he had anticipated, and in any case, this only improved their position. Now they had a real chance to turn the tide of the battle. Having ensured that the reloading was complete, the captain gave his partner the command to advance forward and commence a close attack. She, accepting the order without hesitation, briefly replied that she was beginning the assault. The commander informed the team that the moment had come to deliver the final blow to the enemy target and ordered them to move forward. They, full of confidence and fighting spirit, agreed with jubilation. Each of them felt that the end was near. He was determined to finish off the enemy king once and for all, and, to be honest, to go to bed as soon as possible. The girl cautiously stated that she observed suspicious movement from the enemy king. His silhouette seemed to have changed, as if he was preparing for something bigger. Another, noticing the surge of activity, immediately reported that the enemy had deployed its combat devices. She added that, as indicated in the received data, there are only 7 devices, no more, no less, and the commander, quickly assessing the situation, warned that he and his partner would approach to seize the initiative. He gave the others a clear order, to cover their advance at all costs. They attempted to attack the deployed devices, but to their great surprise, they easily dodged the volleys. Moreover, they moved with astonishing speed and precision, as if anticipating every action. At that moment, it became clear they were not just ordinary drones or standard combat units. They also noted that the characteristics of the devices had significantly improved. Everything indicated that these 3-eyed mantises had been modified. She was at a loss. The enemy clearly surpassed them both in defense and mobility, but retreat was not an option. Until the captain returned, she was the most senior in the team, and the responsibility for the others fell on her shoulders. Then the other girls, without waiting for an order, declared that the 4 of them would try to divert the devices to themselves. Their plan was simple but bold. While the enemies were busy pursuing them, the main group would be able to attack the enemy vessel head-on. The commander, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment. He doubted whether they could really distract such advanced enemies, but before he could express his doubt, she firmly stated that they should rely on her. The commander, nodding, briefly replied that he understood, and then, addressing everyone, emphasized, if they take on the distraction, the rest must clear the path and break through the defense. Blow by blow, the battle gained momentum, turning into a fierce barrage of fire and metal. Reaching the limit, she turned to the commander. Without them, the captain would not manage. Turning to her friend, she gave a clear order to launch an artillery strike to force the enemy to dodge. Without hesitation, she followed the instruction. The salvo exploded near the devices, forcing them to sharply change their trajectory. Then she switched to the sniper and told her to try to anticipate the movements of the dodging opponents and aim at the joints, the most vulnerable points of their construction. Having told everyone else that they could rely on her, she moved forward, confidently, without hesitation. Seeing their friend confidently handle the task, the others perked up. Doubts began to recede, giving way to determination. She repeated once more, loudly and clearly, so everyone could hear. They would definitely win if they acted in unison. However, the enemies immediately surrounded her, closing the circle from all sides, and she found herself cornered. The space was shrinking. There was no way to retreat. But she did not flinch. She understood that it was too late to stop. She had gone too far. Not only physically, but also internally, and there was no way back. The enemies advanced swiftly, like predators sensing weakness. They pounced on her from all sides, coordinated and merciless, trying to break her defense. The commander, noticing that she was surrounded, tried to call out to her and rushed towards her, intending to break through the enemy line. But at that moment, the stalker sharply warned, "Shooting is not allowed. Otherwise, she might come under their fire." Surrounded by enemies, she suddenly realized the right arm was lost, the other limbs were damaged. The enemy firmly held the body, blocking any attempts to eject. There was no way out. Soon she noticed how one of the devices began methodically piercing the cabin's hull. It was not just an act of destruction, it looked like an attempt at infiltration, and then she realized they were not interested in her, but in what she was carrying: navigational data, coordinates, and possibly most importantly, the location of Yggdrasil. She clearly understood. She could not allow the enemy to find out where the base was. If the coordinates of Yggdrasil fell into their hands, they would not just strike, they would destroy everything that was left of the resistance, and she was not going to give away the data so easily. If the team wanted to return home, they needed to destroy the enemy ship. There was no other way, and since she was being held hostage, she began to consider extreme measures, for the sake of the entire team. She shouted to the captain that she would get rid of the enemy by activating the self-destruct protocol, and asked him to take care of the other squad members. These words shocked all the girls. For a moment, the communication was filled with silence, as if the battle itself had frozen in anticipation. However, the commander clearly and firmly forbade her from doing so. He added that he had not given permission for such a senseless death. She wanted to object, but he was adamant. With such a self-destruction protocol, they wouldn't even engage with the enemy. The princess, with hope and a glimmer in her eyes, said that the hero mentioned he would come up with something soon. All the girls instantly sighed, thinking that they would finally be able to go home. She was confused and couldn't believe that she didn't need to sacrifice herself. Everything inside her was still tense, as if her body hadn't yet adjusted to the new reality. Her contemplation was interrupted by the enemy, who suddenly grabbed her with a strong grip. Metallic fingers closed around the body, leaving no room for maneuver. Everything was happening rapidly. The enemy was not going to wait for her to make a decision. Tentacles flew around, writhing in the air, enveloping the space and not allowing her to pass. They tightened in rings, blocking the way, as if the environment itself had become hostile. She reported over the communication that all 7 devices had been destroyed. Then, even with a slight note of surprise and admiration, corrected herself. They had been torn to pieces. The true strength of their captain, that's what she saw in this. Taking a combat stance, the captain calmly explained that he had made the enemy share details. The entire team, upon hearing this, exclaimed his name in admiration. She was impressed that the captain had indeed arrived. Not a promise, not a hope, but a reality standing before her. Another, not hiding her surprise, asked the captain where he got the tentacles. The captain calmly explained that he had assembled them from the materials that were on hand, and also borrowed some parts from the enemy ship. Then he briefly added, it was time to attack the enemy vessel and continue the offensive. The battle continued, and the captain clearly saw, if he managed to tear the ship apart, the armor would lose its significance. His skill of tuning, interacting with materials on a deep level, would simply rip it off like a husk. Informing the team that he had detached the armor, he ordered everyone to concentrate fire on the enemy. They obediently followed the order. She also accepted his order and continued the attack. The enemy target disintegrated right before our eyes in the air. Debris scattered in all directions, leaving behind only clouds of smoke and sparks. All the girls exited their robots. The princess approached the eldest among them and hugged her joyfully, expressing relief that she was alive. However, she remained dejected, not responding to the gesture. The princess, noticing this, anxiously tried to understand what was happening, and mentally reached out to her, trying to catch any response. She looked away embarrassedly and replied that she was just waiting for them to sit down to eat. The princess, upon hearing this, was visibly delighted, and immediately informed the others that their friend wanted to have dinner together. The captain noticed how their eyes met when she came closer, gesturing for him to lower himself. When he did, she quietly whispered words of gratitude for his help. Her voice carried sincerity and fatigue, but also a firm promise. Someday she would repay her debt to him. He silently, gently placed his hand on the top of her head and lightly patted. This gesture caught her by surprise and greatly embarrassed her. She did not expect such a quiet, almost homely reaction after everything they had been through. After that, she indignantly asked him to remove his hand, stating that she needed to go, and as she was leaving, turning back over her shoulder, she shouted that he should not forget. One day, she would save him too. These words left the captain slightly puzzled. He did not fully understand what he had done wrong, but despite his confusion, he felt genuine joy that she had survived. Entering with the enormous remains of the enemy's tentacles, which he had managed to fold with difficulty, he asked the girl to close the capsules, then announced that they were ready for takeoff and were heading towards Yggdrasil. Inside, he felt joy. The bonus items enhanced the feeling as if he had just completed a level with a boss, and now that everything was behind, it seemed that he could finally allow himself to rest. After some time, the operator, joyfully noticing, exclaimed that she could see Yggdrasil, and the boy glanced in that direction to see their home, possibly the last bastion of humanity in this world. Something stirred inside him. He was mentally saying goodbye to life in the camps, to endless worries and cold nights, for ahead was the long-awaited rest. And a simple, almost forgotten luxury, his own bed. Each of them thought with relief that they had finally arrived. The silence in the cabin was filled with anticipation, as if the tension was about to dissipate, but at that moment the captain, asking them to wait, announced that they needed to do something. After they descended, the soldiers reported that among the arrivals there were 2 civilians, and it was necessary to organize their transportation to a safe sector. The pilots, in turn, after inspection, were required to provide a personal report on the completed operation. Before they descended, the captain hid their aircraft, the kitten. Explaining its nature without touching on their abilities would be impossible, so it was better not to raise this issue at all. He suggested that the group of girls would tell the military that he did not enter Yggdrasil with the others, only because he was on a top-secret mission. But in reality, they were just rescued civilians, and their words would most likely be considered false memories caused by stress. After that, he wondered, does all this mean farewell? After all, they have already reached Yggdrasil and most likely will never see each other again. The thought of this caused a slight feeling of loneliness in him. He and the princess were searched and kept in confinement for about a week. All this time, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were in captivity, not as guests, but as suspects. When he finally managed to review the inspection report, he saw that nothing unusual was identified in his condition, not a single mention of the supernatural abilities that others spoke of. Perhaps the Yggdrasil staff simply did not elaborate on this, or decided not to record what they could not explain. Later, when they were left alone, the princess and the hero, the Yggdrasil staff gathered to ask them a few questions. The goal was simple, to determine if they had any false memories. Because he and the princess came from other worlds, the hero warned her in advance. They must not talk about it, as he understood that such information would arouse suspicion or even lead to isolation. When the interrogation began, the first question concerned memories, whether they had images of who they were before the moment of rescue, and the hero exchanged glances with the princess, and, without prior agreement, they both answered affirmatively. He had a strange feeling that somewhere there was a person who would answer the same question by saying they had no memories, and this thought was unsettling, as if something was missing from their story or someone had fallen out of the equation. He also didn't understand why the princess suddenly looked so cheerful. After everything she had been through, her calmness seemed almost inappropriate, as if she knew more than she was letting on. They found out that at the moment of rescue, he and the princess were together, which sparked additional interest among the staff. The next question followed about the nature of their relationship. The hero was about to give a restrained answer, but the princess beat him to it, easily stating that they were married, and giggled cheerfully. But the hero immediately objected that he did not recall such a thing. His voice sounded restrained, but there was a hint of annoyance in it, and the employee, upon hearing the discrepancy in the testimonies, hesitated. A suspicion flickered in her eyes. Since the testimonies diverge, the likelihood of false memories increases. The hero himself was not prepared for the princess to so willfully make them spouses. Her ease in this matter confused him, and now he did not know how to explain it without further complicating the situation. He no longer knew who was responsible for their week-long delay dragging on longer than he expected, whether it was because of the princess or due to the suspicions of the staff. However, after completing all inspections, they were officially allowed to stay. Now they were residents of Yggdrasil and could move freely around the city. Being among its streets and towers, the hero did not waste time. He continued to seek information about skills, the nature of his power, its limits and possibilities, while simultaneously trying to find a way to return to his world, although he still did not know what to do with the princess. The thought of leaving her alone seemed impossible. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to her if he disappeared one day. However, he noticed his partner, the very one he had saved. She was sitting alone, distantly observing the passers-by, as if she did not belong to this place. Approaching closer, he inquired what she was doing there, and she replied that she hadn't been assigned anywhere yet, and therefore she was not occupied for the time being. Then, brightening up a bit, she suggested going somewhere together. The hero said he wanted to find something and suggested going to the archive. She immediately agreed, without hesitation, as if she had been waiting for him to ask. She suddenly grabbed his hand and, without looking into his eyes, said that they no longer needed to maintain any kind of relationship. Entering the archive, he finally felt signs of true civilization. Spacious halls, even lighting, neatly organized data, all of this sharply contrasted with the ruins among which they had lived before. He had previously seen something similar only in movies or games. Everything looked as if they were inside a spaceship. He particularly liked the giant computer model. Soon his partner left them, saying that she needed to go somewhere. The princess mistakenly assumed that they were at a market that had previously been in her country, and the hero thought that if they were indeed in the princess's fantasy world, he would visit the artifact and weapon shop. But he still didn't understand where it would be best for him to go in the science fiction market. For a moment the air trembled, and the girl felt something unknown, like magic, slip between the trees. Behind her, on a bench, sat a black-haired boy watching what was happening, and then she seemed to notice something. Her gaze stopped on something ahead. The boy sitting behind her on the bench was named Kurosu Yuji, and suddenly he spoke, asking Alicia why the choice fell on him. Alicia responded and slowly turned to him. He did not stop talking. He admitted that he had hesitated for a long time to ask the question, but now he wanted to know for what purpose she had followed him into this world. The long-awaited answer came. She said that she probably followed him because she came from a place where people suffered, fighting with the water and dark elements. Since childhood, she saw the war with her own eyes and remembered the faces of those who were always waiting for a hero who would one day come and save them. And he appeared, a real hero. The one on whom she had placed all her hopes, in fact, defeated the ruler. His victory brought smiles back to the people. He thought that he would not last long in such a world. What he did was nice. However, there was something strange about it. The one who gave smiles to the people never got a smile on his face. So now she decided to be the one who would make him smile. She shook his hand and with slight embarrassment explained that it was for this very purpose that she had come into this world. He was embarrassed by her naivete and such a level of honesty, because she looked at him with such a pure soul and her desire to support him was very sweet on her part. The hero stood motionless, feeling her too close. All he could realize was how close she was, and how much he wanted her to let go of his hand as soon as possible. Suddenly a voice called out, calling their names, Captain and Alicia. Both turned to the call, reacting instantly. It was Millie. Her appearance seemed to break the captain out of his awkwardness. Millie came over and began to apologize for being late, for the wait, for everything at once. Then Alicia asked what exactly she had bought. Millie took the food out of the bag and handed it to the two of them. It turned out to be fried synthetic meat, hot, aromatic, and, judging by the look of it, fresh from the stove. The synthetic meat spoke for itself. The real thing was worth its weight in gold here. However, this place offered goods that the army didn't usually supply. Rare foods, trifles from civilian life, simple pleasures. Perhaps it was because so many people were gathered there, as in any marketplace in any era. Alicia soon turned to Millie and asked why she had brought them this food. Millie had made it clear by doing this that this was some kind of repayment. It made everything fall into place. She had brought them here to express her gratitude in her own way. The captain admitted that the food, although bland, was still edible, clearly better than hospital rations. However, he would not have dared to call the meat tasty. Nevertheless, the captain thanked Millie for the treat. Alicia added that the food was delicious, although it all depended on what you compared it to. The captain thought, if even a child was treating him, was he really that pathetic? They were asking 10,000 local units for inspection and maintenance, while this meat probably cost around 600. Apparently the exchange rate was approaching 1 yen, but the situation was still a little unclear. The three headed towards the archive and soon almost reached its doors. They approached the entrance, where they were met by an elderly man from the KB. It seemed that he was simply called the director or grandfather. No one knew his official name. The girl turned to her grandfather, explaining that they had come to find something in the archive. The captain showed real interest. He was the one looking for the necessary information. Then the grandfather calmly asked what exactly he was interested in. The captain specified that he was interested in materials related to magic and supernatural abilities. Grandfather noticed, with a slight grin, that the captain's interest sounded fantastical and curious. A good hobby, it seemed. Then he thought, looked down as if remembering, and began to search for something among his papers. The archivist said he had been sorting recently, but had not yet updated the database. Well, that could not be helped. He waved his hand and motioned for them to follow him. The three followed the archivist without further ado. He stopped at a section of old publications and gestured towards it, adding that they could look at the materials. He then waved towards the hall where they had just arrived. The employee pointed to a device in the center of the room, a terminal needed to navigate the archive. He explained that it was also free to use. The visitors thanked him, and the employee soon left. Alicia reacted with vivid surprise to the number of books around her. There were unexpectedly many of them. She immediately remembered the royal library, where mountains of paper and scrolls were also stored. All that was required of them was to handle the books carefully, and this was obvious. The volumes were old, torn in places, and it was impossible to take anything from them. The captain was looking for information about travel and magic, and, opening another book, he wondered about the chances of actually finding something. Opening another book, he came across a description of superpowers. It seemed he had found what he was looking for. The text spoke of a hero who came from another world, who, with the help of magic, defeated the Lord of Darkness and liberated the country. It turned out to be a legend about a hero. Alicia came up, looked at the page, and noticed that the story almost exactly repeated the captain's feat. He wondered, what exactly is the similarity between this fairy tale and his deeds? And why does everything connected with that princess intertwine with his path again and again? The book contained many ancient signs, such as those used about 600 years ago. Nowadays, it is unlikely that anyone would be able to read them in full. Then the question arises, why do Alicia, or rather the princess, and the captain understand these ancient signs? Although, however, this was beginning to become clear, they came from another world, and perhaps some kind of translation magic works on them, allowing them to understand forgotten writings. He then continued his search, leafing through books on the same topic, about superpowers. He was interested not only in this, but also in the possibility of learning at least something about his home world. They then decided to use the terminal and search the map. That's where they came across the United Coalition's military map. The captain had only seen a map of their ship's movements before, so this seemed especially valuable. The place seemed amazing. This tablet showed so many things, as if it were a convenient magical artifact. Alicia said so, admiringly calling it an artifact, although, in fact, it was an ordinary tablet. With her chatter, she unwittingly distracted the others. The territory of people was divided into zones. Now humanity had several military associations, each of which controlled its own area and acted according to its own protocols. Yggdrasil turned out to be just one of the associations, something like a separate zone. The captain continued searching, trying to track down the zone associated with Yggdrasil on the map. Judging by the display, the northern territories were indeed under enemy control. It seemed he had already begun to discern something specific, but then he began to doubt whether he had actually seen something, or whether he had only remembered or realized it at that moment. Everything merged into a feeling that the truth was somewhere nearby, but still elusive. He rummaged through his bag and found a piece of paper that resembled a map, though it looked strange. The surface was uneven, as if covered in bumps or scars from time, making it difficult to read. Alicia looked at the piece of paper and thought about it. It looked like a map of her home world. The idea that such a thing could be here was surprising. Why would it be in this world? And how did it get here? Together they looked at both maps, the one on the screen and the one the captain had pulled out. Gradually, a concentrated expression appeared on his face. It seemed he had finally caught something important, as if the details were beginning to fit together into a larger picture. The captain suddenly realized that the map on the tablet and the one he had pulled out of his bag were almost identical. The landscapes, the lines, the markers, everything matched with astonishing precision, as if it were the same map existing in two different worlds. And indeed, this map showed the very continent where the princess's world was, the captain thought. The princess looked at both maps, and it seemed that at some point, she too realized something. The situation was far more complex than the captain had expected. Everything indicated that their worlds were connected in a way that was deeper than mere coincidence. Too many things were beginning to coincide. The princess noted that the map of her world was remarkably similar to Hiro's. She called it a striking coincidence. The captain stood there dumbfounded, still unable to comprehend what he had seen, as if reality had suddenly lost its familiar shape. She said that such coincidences are not accidental, and perhaps it would have been better if she had not realized it. Of course, it couldn't be a coincidence. The tension between them had been growing as they stood in front of that map, and everything pointed to something more. This must be the world of the princess, only in the future. And apparently, in this future, war had broken out. There were tanks and heavy equipment everywhere. Everything around spoke of the destruction that only a large-scale massacre could leave. The captain couldn't tell her about it. At least not yet. He didn't want her to know either. If the princess realized that her kingdom had perished long ago without leaving a trace, it would be a shock to her. If the world of swords and magic had been replaced by a world where there were only machines and guns everywhere, then this future had gone too far from the old world. Everything around spoke of a deep time gap. The captain seemed to have accidentally teleported to a not very pleasant place. If this is still Princess Warlow's kingdom, perhaps the teleportation rings are still kept in the ruins of the sacred temple that once stood in this city. The enemy also had AIOS teleportation devices. But if the relic really did survive, they still had a chance to return, to use what was left of the past. The place was quite far from their current position, but it seemed much safer than trying to find teleportation rings nearby. No, now they had to carefully think through the route. With proper preparation, they would definitely be able to fight their way back. After examining the map, they left the room and walked back down the corridor, heading towards the employee. Their footsteps echoed loudly, the tension from what they had seen still hovering between them. Millie, a little hesitantly, asked if she should borrow the food data. She was told that it was a really good idea. Then she got excited and added that she wanted to try more delicious food with everyone when they went out again. All that was left now was to fill out a form with the titles of the publications they were going to take. The other participants were very grateful for this opportunity, realizing how valuable the information they found could be. Yuji watched as the two girls went through the form the employee had given them, carefully filling it out, checking the titles of the books. They looked focused, as if this list was a step towards something much bigger than just a normal library procedure. No matter how united these children were, they had no real chance of winning this war. The officer watched silently as the two naively tried to understand what was happening, leafing through books and filling out forms, as if they believed that knowledge could save them from the cruel reality. For an employee who had long since crossed the threshold of adulthood, it was unexpected to hear words of agreement from a young boy. He was too young to express such judgments. How could he even think like that? What was especially striking was the confidence with which he called what was happening obvious. This even made the employee feel a little tense. After all, in reality, everything was not so simple. Most people did not even come close to understanding what was really happening to the world. And those few who once maintained solidarity had long since dispersed. There were almost none left. So after all these conversations, it became clear. Why would ordinary children go so far to such a place? As far as the employee was concerned, the enemy had lured him into a trap, but even under these conditions, he managed to cope. At that moment, the young boy seemed to be interested in something else. The map was being discussed. The employee tried to find something that would fit this. He looked around as if searching for a connection between the map and what was happening. Was there any information about the place marked by the mark? More needed to be found out about the castle and the princess associated with it. What they were looking for turned out to be Rigud. However, at first, the boy did not even understand what it was. The princess's castle was called Rio Grande. Perhaps the name changed over time, or was it different in this world from the beginning? Had the young man heard of these lands? There are ruins there that are over 2,000 years old. Since the place was so ancient, it is likely that the princess herself was a little behind the times. At the same time, watching the princess and her naive appearance, he seemed to feel a little sorry for her. In addition, he wanted to ask the employee one more question. Now this was the enemy's main base, and he indicated it on the map. It is said that this is where they were first spotted. Over 100 years ago, they came from beyond our planet and, according to available information, landed in this place. All this remained rather uncertain. In battles, they lost many historical records. The princess's castle turned out to be the main base. Then the complexity of the situation increased many times, although, still, it was not worthwhile to assert with certainty that this was the very place. He was allowed to take the data from the map with him, although at the present time it was not worth fully relying on its accuracy. Later, they had to be returned. After all, they could still be useful to someone else. Thanks to what he now had, he took this map and was going to move on. Those who were also in the room were finishing their search. Millie found what she was looking for and chose what she could borrow. Having finished with the archives, they moved on. Now they faced a new task: how to penetrate the enemy's main base. Maybe he should join their army? Although the idea was dubious, it would hardly help. Then he would be under constant surveillance, and this would only complicate the path to the goal. But would he be able to cope with the opponents if he went there alone? Perhaps these were squads of heroes who would soon arrive. Or maybe hired soldiers or something similar. He had little understanding of military matters, and in general, did a private army exist in this world? On the way, continuing on their way, they noticed Fook. He was standing a little further away, as if he was waiting for someone or just happened to be there by chance. She said calmly she was just about to look into the archives. That's exactly why she came here. Tu was going to look in the archives for information about plants and flowers. She wanted to take a break and try growing vegetables. Meanwhile, Bee and Reina were down at the market. If Tu wasn't mistaken, they were going to get some dry rations for the upcoming foray. And Captain Alice was standing nearby. At that moment, she came closer. She had several questions for Fuka, and she did not want to postpone the conversation. She was interested in one question. Was there any kind of private mercenary army system in Yggdrasil? Fuka showed interest. He was concerned about the question of whether it was possible to find out what capital these forces had. The answer was, in Yggdrasil, there is no such system. Private armies do not exist. But there is a separate community that, following its own code, carries out tasks for a reward. They are called free mercenaries. I see. It was like an adventurer's guild. If he joined them, he might be able to better understand his own skills. He nodded, considering this, and Fuka thanked him for his answer. It was unclear to Fuka why the captain had asked this question at all. Alice's interest seemed strange to her, but she decided not to elaborate. She was a little confused. After all, he himself said that he served in the army. How could he not know about it? This moment especially interested Fuka, although she did not say anything out loud. This move left Yuji feeling trapped, right in the bud, as they say. It was unexpected, even though she had expected Alice to make exactly this move. Their captain was about to be caught, and Fuka noted to herself that he didn't seem to be a military man at all. Now Yuji seemed to be trapped too, as if in a hopeless situation where every step only made things worse. Fuka took it calmly. She only noted that she had guessed about it before. Too many secrets surrounded him from the very beginning. Alicia and Millie, standing nearby, did not fully understand what the problem was and did not delve into it. Meanwhile, Yuji was beside himself with shame. He was tormented not only by the exposure, but also by anxiety about how this whole situation could turn out. And so, after their visit to the market, Reina and Bee seemed to join them. However, it remained unclear why exactly they had come, as if no one knew exactly why everyone had suddenly gathered in one place. It seemed that nothing could be changed. Then Captain Yuji decided, made his move, and gave a sign to follow him. He was going to talk to them. What exactly was still unknown, but it was necessary to act immediately. They approached and entered a small archive room. There, in silence, everyone sat down. It seemed that a serious conversation was coming, but the others still did not understand what exactly would be discussed, what they were going to discuss, and where it would lead. They could start from where they left off. The captain calmly, as if suggesting to return to the previously interrupted topic. He stated directly, he is not a military man, and besides, he is not from these places and not even from this world. The listeners still didn't fully understand what exactly he meant. Fuka said that she already understood. He was not a military man, that was clear. However, it seemed that she still had a question to which she could not find an answer. They decided that he was probably from some other association, unrelated to Yggdrasil, but that was far from the truth. Yuji explained, he was literally not from this world. He came from another world, from another dimension. How interesting. It turns out that he moved between worlds, as if he had gone through a short, steep hole, but what the captain did was completely different. He did not even think about such a method. His path was different, and he did not think about it at all. In any case, what was the point of them lying so absurdly, behaving like this? It seemed strange to Fuka that the others were taking everything so calmly. Shouldn't it have caused at least a modicum of alarm or surprise? Reina thought with concern. Was it really only she and Millie who cared about this? It felt like she was the only one taking the situation seriously. She even thought that she was the most strict and suspicious. And if Yuji really was from another universe, then Alice probably came from another world too. Alicia didn't seem to fully understand what was happening. Confused, she asked everyone, "Isn't the world they were in the hero's world?" Her surprise revealed that up until this moment, she had perceived everything completely differently. Alicia seemed to have just realized that she was not in the world of heroes at all. All this time she had been sure of the opposite, and now, having understood the truth, she froze in confusion. It turned out that she had been in another world all this time, and it was this realization that caused her silent surprise. This is how the real power of persuasion manifested itself. Not in pressure, but in how the truth, spoken during, could destroy a whole world of illusions. So now everyone agreed, Yuji and Alicia really were from another world. But the next question immediately arose. What to do next? How to act. How to act when the familiar picture of the world is collapsing behind your back, and there is uncertainty before your eyes. Now he said that he was going to join the ranks of free mercenaries and head to the enemy's main base. When he arrived in this world, the base already existed, and it was there that traces of spatial magic were recorded, something resembling a teleport. This meant that it was possible to still use magic at the base. He chose to remain silent about the fact that traces of magic were located specifically in the princess's castle. But there was nothing strange about that. Humanity was still fighting. That meant that sooner or later the enemy would be defeated and their main base would be reached. Wasn't that the whole point of the story? There was no point in waiting for the main troops to arrive. Yuji just had to move forward. And it was at that moment that the captain finally realized this is why humanity has not yet been able to defeat the enemy. Something important had been eluding him all this time, but now the picture was beginning to come together. The thing is, the enemy was first spotted only 100 years ago, and from the very beginning it already had teleportation technology. Since then, humanity has been doing nothing but fighting, but it seems that all this time it has been fighting blindly, not knowing what it is really dealing with. All this meant only one thing. The enemy continues to penetrate this world through the teleporter. Therefore, unless the portal at the enemy's main base is closed, the war will never end. This is what he meant from the very beginning. The essence of the conflict was not only about fighting, and if the portal located at the enemy's main base was not closed, the war would drag on forever. That was what he was trying to convey to the others. Now that it was clear that the enemy was using magic to attack, the problem of the teleporter had gone beyond the captain's personal concern. It had become a common threat to everyone. Now, realizing the seriousness and validity of his arguments, the others agreed to go with the captain and support him in this matter. Even the princess, although she did not fully understand the plan, kindly said that she would follow him. Her decision, as if given from the heart, became a quiet sign of trust. But if they go on a mission with the hero, they will officially become deserters. There will be no return to the past. The way back is cut off. They are no longer destined to be who they were before. From this moment on, they are different, and the choice made now will determine their entire future. Since they were still children, very young, the captain did not want to expose them to danger. He knew that what lay ahead was not a mission, but a real risk, and therefore he believed that it would be better if they remained in the safety of their base in Yggdrasil, instead of following him into the unknown. After his words, they seemed a little confused. They did not fully understand what exactly he meant. Phrases like, "it will be better this way," or, "I do not want to expose you to danger," sounded strange to them, almost offensive. They did not understand why they suddenly began to be protected as weak, as if depriving them of the right to choose. All this seemed unclear and unexpected to them. After a few glances and quiet whispers among themselves, they finally decided to ask him directly, what exactly did he mean by in danger? His words left them puzzled, and now they were waiting for an explanation. They wanted to understand why he suddenly started talking, as if they were not allowed to walk next to him. Fuka rose from where she had been sitting quietly and stepped forward, addressing the captain. There was determination in her voice. She said she wanted to take him somewhere, not explaining it out loud, but making it clear that it was important, and that the conversation should continue in private. The remaining three immediately understood what Fuka was getting at, and who exactly she wanted to tell something to in private. But the captain himself, it seemed, did not catch her hint, and was slightly confused. He still did not understand where exactly she was going to take him and why. They looked at each other, and each of them had the same premonition on their faces. When the captain saw what their real situation was, he would immediately retract his words. So they thought, with a slight anxiety and confidence, as if they knew that the truth would change his mind. What exactly they were going to show him was still a secret. None of them said it out loud, and the captain received neither a hint nor an explanation. Everything that was happening seemed to be shrouded in a silent conspiracy, the meaning of which was yet to be revealed. After that, the four of them silently headed forward. It seemed exactly where Fuka had hinted. They went deeper into the depths of Yggdrasil, going lower and lower, further and further from the usual corridors. So far, the captain still did not understand what exactly they wanted to show him. At that moment, B approached the panel, deftly turned off the security system, and broke the lock. There was a click. The door really gave in and slowly opened. After the door gave way without much effort, the captain stepped inside first. His footsteps echoed in the silence of the room he was entering. The others followed him silently, slowly, as if allowing him to see for himself everything that was hidden behind that door. Immediately after he crossed the threshold, a strange picture appeared before his eyes. The room was in semi-darkness, and along the walls, in neat rows, stretched capsules, dozens, if not hundreds. Inside each, as if in a dream, were people or creatures whose human nature was questionable. This sight was unexpected and disturbing. Each capsule contained a human being, or rather an exact replica of the same form. They were all identical, like dolls created from the same template. Their faces were serene, their eyes closed. They were asleep, sleeping soldiers. Their bodies were hooked up to life support systems, apparently preparing them for awakening, like toys that had not yet been turned on. They moved forward silently, heading towards the very center of the hall. Their footsteps echoed loudly among the rows of sleeping spears, as if the silence itself was watching their every move. The closer they got to the center, the more tangible the tension became. It seemed that this was where the main secret of this place was kept. The princess looked around anxiously. Looking at the faces of the sleeping ones, she suddenly realized they all resembled Millie and the others. The same expression, the same features. But these were not soulless dolls. They were clones, living copies created for a specific purpose. This thought pricked her unpleasantly, and her heart became heavy. The captain frowned, his suspicion confirmed. Everything matched. The identical appearance, the deep sleep, the support systems. These were clones, no doubt about it. Perhaps artificially grown fighters, designed for battle. Or something else, something even more disturbing. Either way, what he saw only reinforced his sense that there was something much darker here than he had expected. However, these four were different from those who slept in the capsules. Before their birth, they were subjected to special modifications. It was these changes that determined their behavior in battle, their reaction to orders, their ability to operate equipment. These were not just copies, but individually adjusted units. From the moment of cultivation until exiting the capsule, about 2 years passed, a long process of creating a living weapon. The princess still couldn't comprehend that these weren't dolls, but living beings. Did that mean that all these children were only 2 years old? The thought seemed impossible to her. But then, Reina calmly intervened and said that she was already 3 years old, and the eldest of them all. It sounded simple, but these words made her feel uneasy. Too much was hidden behind their outward adulthood. When Reina said she was only a year old, she suddenly seemed even cuter in the princess's eyes, like a living doll or a fairy from the fairy tale she had once read. The other girls also resembled magical creatures, light, shining, almost unreal. Perhaps it was this naive thought, that the clones were actually fairies, that helped the princess at least a little to accept the strange and frightening truth. 1-year-old clones created to control machines and sent into battle. It sounded terrifying. But in the logic of military strategy, it all seemed reasonable. However, it could only be accepted, perhaps an anime or a fantasy game. Now, the eldest among them, Reina, looked straight at the captain and quietly but confidently asked, "Does he still think that this place can be called safe?" Yes, now it became clear why they showed all this to the captain. Not just to surprise him, but so that he could find the answer himself. And he understood. These child pilots were not just soldiers, but a resource that was used and wasted without waiting for them to grow up. They were treated like weapons, like equipment, not like people. That was the truth he needed to see. Yes, Captain Yuji now realized clearly it would be wrong to invite them along. They were still children, even if they knew how to fight, even if they were raised as soldiers. He had no right to drag them into his personal mission, especially knowing what they had been through and the cost of raising them. Despite all he had seen, despite how much this discovery had impressed him, the captain had still firmly declared he could not take them with him. His decision had not changed. He could not allow children, even such as these, to follow him where there might be no way back. The 4 of them slumped slightly, their faces darkening as soon as the captain had spoken his decision. Disappointment was evident in their eyes. But he knew that by entering this world, he was right in the middle of a war. If he went straight to the enemy base, the risk would increase exponentially. Where he was going would be far more dangerous than even the front lines, and he couldn't let the children share this journey with him. He understood they were not of this world, and therefore they could not change what had been ingrained in these children from birth. Their destinies, written in genetic codes and battle protocols, were part of a system alien to him. He thought that he had no right to interfere with what was destined, no matter how much he wanted to save them from the fate that had been prepared for them. The 4 of them still didn't understand why he had made such a decision. They stood before him, confused, with questions they didn't dare voice out loud. Their eyes were full of expectation, but also a little hurt. They didn't understand the reason for his refusal, because until now the captain seemed to be the one who believed in their strength more than anyone else. The princess approached the captain, her steps soft, as if afraid to disturb the silence of the room. She raised her head and quietly said his name, Hero, as if it were the only word she could cling to. Her eyes sparkled in the light, reflecting off the capsules, a silent plea in them, not to abandon them, not to give up on them, even if they were not born as normal children. The princess's eyes expressed more than just hope. They were filled with a quiet plea, awakening in the captain a sense of almost paternal responsibility, as if standing before him was not a soldier, not an ally, but a forgotten kitten whom fate had thrown right at his feet. But these children were not kittens. They were combat clones, a potential source of anxiety in victims. One of them, catching the silent refusal, lowered his gaze. A shadow of sadness appeared on his face. One of the girls lowered her head, unable to bear the captain's words, and quietly sobbed. Her shoulders shook and tears rolled down her cheeks. The princess, watching this, came closer, gently hugged her shoulders, and quietly said that she should not hold back her tears just to seem grown up. Crying is not weakness. It means that she is alive. As their eyes filled with tears and silence hung in the air, it seemed that there really was no way out. Nothing could be changed. But the captain suddenly raised his head, took a step forward, and said that he was not finished yet. His voice was firmer than before. He was about to say something important, something that might change everything. The captain looked at them more closely and asked the question that had been in the air for a long time, but no one had dared to voice. Where exactly were they going to be assigned? There was no accusation in his voice, only a calm, reserved insistence. He wanted to know, for what and where were these children being sent? The answer was important, not only for him, but for them as well. The answer was reserved, as if it had been memorized in advance. Those of them who survived were being redistributed into one unit. In 2 days, they would be sent to the Northeastern Defensive Square number 522. The place in question needed no explanation. Even the captain had heard of it. It was a forward area where they were holding out with their last strength, and losses were occurring daily. The captain calmly said that he would wait for them in the vicinity of the defensive square on Kittianok. He knew that he could not take them with him directly, but added that they were quite capable of reaching his ship on their own if they wished. They did not necessarily need to be led by someone. The decision had to be their own. He could not give an order, but he could offer a choice. The princess, gently hugging Millie by the shoulders, tried to convey to her that all this was really good news. "Isn't it?" she said quietly, looking into her friend's eyes. The princess's words helped Millie cool down a little from her tears. Still sobbing, she looked at the captain and, as if needing confirmation, quietly asked, "Does he want them to go with him? And are they really allowed to go?" They did remind the captain that his offer was not an easy step. It was desertion, and if they accepted, they would become traitors to Yggdrasil. It was not an easy decision to make, especially for those who were created to serve. Alicia, standing a little to the side, thought with bated breath how noble the hero was acting. He seemed to shine in her eyes. After all, he cared about the children, put their safety above the war. But behind this naive thought lurked a colder calculation. In fact, if he took them with him, it would only be for the sake of strengthening his group, and if not, then they would simply become someone else's concern. Until the very end, he tried his best to make the most rational and effective decision. He didn't let his emotions cloud his calculations. After all, nothing had really happened yet. Perhaps their actions wouldn't cause any problems at all. Perhaps no one would even notice that these children had run away. Or they would notice, but not pay attention. It all depended on how quickly they could get away, and how skillfully he could lead them forward. Would he really make a choice? He didn't really care about the outcome. He wasn't chasing truth or justice. He would simply choose the path that would, if possible, make everyone happy. Not the best, not the worst, just the least painful. The one where no one would cry out loud. Yuji arrived at the employment office. The office where everyone who wanted to join the ranks of free mercenaries gathered. He looked collected and determined. Without further ado, he submitted an application, stating his name, and expressed his desire to register as a mercenary. The office staff gave him a careful look. A newbie, but not an ordinary one by any means. The bureau employee, tiredly scrolling through the list, glanced at the new visitor. His attention lingered on the application that said, "Freelance Mercenary." He automatically noted that such a decision seemed strange. Most tried to choose safer and more prestigious directions. The work of a mercenary did not promise either a stable income or guarantees of life. Nevertheless, he still began the application, although deep down he wondered, why would anyone voluntarily go down such a dangerous path? He didn't hesitate for a moment. He had already studied what a freelance mercenary did before visiting the bureau, and he knew what awaited him. But he didn't care. This was not a decision made out of desperation, but rather a cold-blooded calculation. He needed to get out of the city using some legal authority, and his status as a freelance mercenary offered that opportunity. At the moment, he didn't need the job for the income. Money didn't matter, at least not until he decided to stay in this world for the long haul. For now, his goal was to move forward, to be able to move without suspicion, and enjoy the minimum freedoms that came with being a mercenary. Everything else was secondary. After his application was approved, despite his unconventional answers and strange persistence, the bureau employee finally offered him to complete the paperwork. The final step was to create a symbol, the coat of arms of the unit under which he would operate as a free mercenary. This was not just a formality, but an act of confirmation of his will. Now he was officially becoming a part of Yggdrasil, even if only on paper. After registering the crest, now officially sanctioned under the name Unreachable, his mark was entered into the registry. This allowed friendly forces to distinguish him from his enemies on the battlefield, much like creating clans in the game, only with real-world consequences. He had never created a crest himself and was no artist, but he did what was required. With the plaque in his possession, he walked toward Alicia, simply raising it to indicate that he was inviting her to join him. He admitted that he could not draw, and so he offered Alicia to come up with a coat of arms for their military unit. The girl gladly accepted this favor and confidently declared that he could rely on her. In the castle, she had studied not only graceful manners but also many arts, including painting. Now only one skill was required of her, her ability to draw, and she was ready to use it for their common cause. Alicia confidently took the board and began drawing almost without hesitation. Her movements were precise, like someone who had been used to holding a brush since childhood. She worked quickly, as if she already knew what the coat of arms should look like. A few minutes later, the drawing was ready, and she turned the board towards the captain. It was a neat, almost emblematic symbol, combining the severity of military symbolism with shades of nobility. A sign was emerging on the board resembling either a mask or a stylized bat with spread wings. Sharp lines, contrasting strokes. There was something familiar about it, like an echo from the past. The captain lingered his gaze on the symbol. This drawing seemed to remind him of something important, as if he had already seen something similar in another reality, long ago in another world. Yes, this symbol really was his own unique magical mark, a sign from the past that he had once used in another reality. Alicia, it turned out, remembered it so clearly that she was able to recreate the drawing without a single mistake. Now, looking at her, the captain finally abandoned the idea of inventing a coat of arms himself. She really did look like a true ally. After that, when everything was completed, they were able to begin the official registration. He seemed about to add something about himself, perhaps to indicate his status or background, but paused for a moment, as if weighing the implications of his words. Before completing the registration, he paused briefly and turned to address someone behind him. His gaze betrayed determination, but also caution. He knew that every word might now mean something in this world where his identity was something else. 4 child soldiers gathered in one of the base's secluded rooms and engaged in a quiet but intense discussion. The topic was too serious for their age. Could they really leave Yggdrasil and join the captain beyond? One by one, they shared their doubts, fears, and hopes, knowing that such a decision would change their fate forever. Like adults, they pondered desertion, duty, and their own choices. Fuka suggested that they could feign defeat at the hands of the enemy, and thus disappear, joining the captain, especially since the new manned craft were still undergoing field testing, meaning that if they were suddenly attacked, they could take advantage of the confusion and escape. However, while the others discussed their options, Millie remained silent. She sat with her eyes downcast, and her mood seemed anxious. The others wondered if she had a stomachache or something, but soon she quietly said that she was thinking about the captain's words. The thought of joining the hero made her anxious. Millie was tormented by doubts. Wouldn't such a decision mean betrayal of the motherland? Rejecting Yggdrasil, what was given to them at birth. Was this the right path? She understood that according to the laws of their world, this was an incorrect act. It was precisely this uncertainty that prevented her from making a decision as easily as others. While they were still discussing what was right to do and what they really wanted, the time in the archive was coming to an end. The employee, noticing that the day was ending, said that the institution would be closing soon. He asked if they had managed to get the information they needed. The archive was a place where any data could be stored, but it seemed that these children were not looking for lines and documents, but for answers within themselves. The employee, summing up with a tired but kind smile, added that he was glad to help, as much as an old man like him could. His last piece of advice sounded simple but sincere. Before heading out, before a sortie, fulfill at least one of your dreams. After all, they only have one life, and despite their rank, age, and orders, every soldier is still a human being. The young soldiers looked at each other and froze for a moment, as if they were hesitating. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, they took a step forward. There was no longer the same confusion in their gaze, only quiet but sincere respect. One of them, on behalf of all, wanted to ask one more question. They were missing something. Perhaps an answer not about tactics, but about meaning. And it was from this old man that they wanted to hear it. The old man's answer was unhesitating, as if he had long since come to terms with the dilemma. He said he didn't understand how what a person really wanted could be wrong. Millie was left confused. Her childish sense of justice did not match this mature, experienced view. Meanwhile, the conversation smoothly moved to a more mundane topic, discussing a new route for their exit. They were considering an alternative route, where the terrain would provide better cover and increase their chances of escape. The old man spoke quietly, looking away, as if remembering and condemning at the same time. Once, in his youth, the idea of sending children created in capsules to their deaths had seemed unacceptable to people, but times have changed. Now these children are considered the last shield. The laws and the city's foundation allow such a thing, but only under conditions of constant threat. His voice became stern when he reminded them that the archive was closing soon, and it was time for them to leave. These child soldiers, accustomed to unquestioning obedience to orders, suddenly had a bold, almost seditious thought. The laws of Yggdrasil might not be the truth at all. Who decides what is right and what is not? These norms that had been hammered into them with such confidence since birth now seemed not to be the impeccable truth, but something that could be questioned. This thought was disturbing, but at the same time it gave a strange freedom. Now that the doubts had subsided a little, there was clarity in their eyes. They understood. Their step was not betrayal, but a path of defense. They were not renouncing Yggdrasil. On the contrary, they were going to save it, not by order but by their own decision. Not as puppets of the system, but as living people capable of choosing good. That was the difference, because that's what Millie does. She doesn't reject her homeland, but tries to protect it in her own way. It's not a crime, but a manifestation of sincere devotion. If anyone has the right to decide how to protect Yggdrasil, it's those who live for it, and not just obey orders. So what they do is completely acceptable. They were a real team. And after Millie's words, each of them thought, if the goal was to save Yggdrasil, then perhaps the right thing to do would be to follow the captain. Reyna, in essence, did not care who to go with, as long as humanity did not disappear. Bee, for her part, noted that although it seemed wrong, in fact, it was not forbidden at all. Their plan was clear, to go there and save both Yggdrasil and humanity. In the end, they decided. They will protect both the captain and everyone they can. Their goal is now clear, not just to escape, but to save. Even if this is not the path according to the regulations, it leads to a better future. The princess who had drawn the coat of arms looked at the board with keen interest, wondering if it should be supplemented with some elements, perhaps 6 glues or some other symbol. They were suggested to decorate the sign with 6 swords or spears, something that would reflect the number of their new team. And upon hearing this, she immediately set to work, carefully drawing out the added details to the squadron sign. She completed the drawing very quickly, with enthusiasm and skill, adding the necessary elements, and immediately turned the board to show the captain. He looked closely at the updated coat of arms, nodded approvingly, noting that it turned out excellent. The image felt meaningful. The number 6 really perfectly conveyed their union, their strength and new goal, and the captain understood this without words. The princess, hearing the praise, beamed sincerely. Her joy that her skills had been useful was almost childish. She thanked the captain with a slight bow, pressing the board to her chest. Then, handing the drawing to the employee, they moved on to the official part. The employee, examining the coat of arms, noticed 6 identical symbols and, slightly squinting, asked why exactly 6? Where did such a number come from? The captain didn't bother to explain further. The 6 swords were just a symbol, nothing more. The officer nodded and moved on to the next step, starting to enter data. Now that the crest was approved, it was time to choose a name for their new unit. He looked up at the captain and the princess, asking what they wanted to call the squad under which they would now be registered as free fighters. While the employee was preparing the documents, the captain put off choosing a name. He decided that such a symbolic step should not be taken alone. Turning to his companions, he suggested discussing the name together. At this time, 4 cloned fighters, having already made their own decision, slowly approached the captain and the princess. Their presence added to the feeling that a real team was beginning to form right now. The captain stood at the entrance to the archive, thoughtfully examining the equipment issued in Yggdrasil. Looking at the details, he noted that the armor here certainly looked stronger than the armor from Alicia's world. However, those had much more valuable properties, protection from fire, frost, and poison. He understood that if he could preserve the effects of the old equipment, the new armor would become redundant. And then, as if activating the idea out loud, he uttered a command, the skill modification. The upgrade was successful. His previous gear remained the same in appearance, but now combined the magical charms of the past world with the technological developments of the present. He felt how the fabric became stronger, and the amulets became more responsive. But at the moment when he again felt confident in his powers, a voice was heard from behind. Someone called his name, returning him from his thoughts to reality. The princess, standing behind him, called out to him in confusion, fiddling with an unfamiliar suit of armor. She was trying to figure out how to put it on, but seemed to have gotten confused by the fastenings and fabric inserts. Coming closer, the captain was surprised to notice that she had put on part of the armor incorrectly, and now stood in front of him with her front half open, not noticing it. Confusion and slight irritation were written on her face. Seeing the awkwardly put-on suit and the princess's confused look, the captain froze for a moment in slight shock at the whole situation. However, quickly regaining control of himself, he came closer and calmly explained that the clasp was not in the front, but on the back. Holding the light body of the armor, he helped her turn, carefully straightened the fabric and secured the latches, giving the armor the desired shape and protection. With a slight smile, she thanked the captain for his help, but he treated it simply, as if he were helping a child cope with clothes. Still, the suit seemed too ridiculous to him. Tight-fitting, with unnecessary belts and displaced details, it did not make a worthy impression. He offered her to throw a dress on top, but she replied that she could not change without a charm. However, her crown retained the effect of enhancing magic, and she decided to use it. With the mantle thrown on, shining with a slight glow, her appearance became much more royal. When faced with a new task, the princess honestly admitted that she could do nothing special, but would try to be at least a little useful. She expressed her readiness to follow him, regardless of the difficulties. After that, the team got ready to go. The next stage was the flight. As the group under Millie's command reported, they would soon reach a safe point where they could stop for the night. The captain noted this to himself, preparing for the move. They took off toward the northeastern defense zone, following a predetermined route through the airspace of the military district. Everything was going according to plan until a loud roar was heard in the sky. An explosion shook the surrounding area. It was an attack. The air shook, and a flash of fire illuminated everything for a moment. The battle had begun, and their route was in danger of being disrupted. After the explosion, the sensor system completely shut down. Not a single signal passed through, as if their equipment had gone blind. The screens showed only interference. And yet, through the cockpit window, they managed to notice movement on the ground. Someone was approaching their flight path. The outlines were unclear, but clearly hostile. The captain ordered everyone to prepare for an emergency landing. The situation was getting out of control. The princess and the captain remained unharmed. After the shot, their devices were not critically damaged. However, it was no longer possible to play defense. The enemy had reached a long distance. Keeping their cool, they began combat operations. Previously viewed data was confirmed. The local equipment is saturated with jammers that suppress sensors and communications. In such conditions, it is almost impossible to track the target. Perhaps that shot was an accident, or a lucky blind hit. The shot was aimed right at them. It no longer seemed like an accident. They were being attacked deliberately. The enemy had prepared an ambush in advance, using a zone filled with jammers to deprive them of the ability to communicate and observe. The situation required an immediate reaction. Delay would mean a second attack, this time with deadly precision. Looking around, the captain noticed a silhouette on the slope, barely visible in the haze of dust and interference, but still giving signs of artificial movement. This was definitely not a natural phenomenon. The structure of the hull, the curvature of the shoulder plates, uncharacteristic of conventional armor, the enemy seemed to be using camouflage technology, and perhaps was controlled remotely. The distance to it exceeded the standard range of conventional weapons. However, the captain was already estimating the trajectory of a return shot. The robot, barely visible from a distance, was medium-sized and resembled a scout, maneuverable and silent. However, the sensors did not pick up signals, which made its presence suspicious. The captain realized that the drone could not act autonomously, it transmitted data. Probably, somewhere nearby there was a repeater or other mechanism operating outside the range of jammers. The enemy used a communication network that did not depend on radio waves, complex, hidden, and dangerous. Now everything became clear. The scouts were united into a single network, transmitting data from the battlefield to the main center. Through this node, the sniper received the target's coordinates and made precise strikes, remaining out of range. In the distance, the silhouette of the communications center was already emerging, a likely target. The enemy was well organized and used a complex guidance system that the captain had never encountered before. Now he knew exactly what to do. The choice was limited. His weapon did not reach the enemy, and the tentacles and modification required close range. The rifle, although an assault rifle, was not suitable for long-range combat. The enemy remained out of reach. All he could do was find a way to get closer. The situation required precise calculation and stealth. Any wrong move could give away his coordinates. The enemy was clearly waiting, but there was no retreat. The only way was to destroy the scouts and constantly move to make it difficult for the enemy to aim. He immediately took action, searching for the nearest drones, shooting them down with precise shots to disrupt the data network. Each scout destroyed reduced the blind spots. Maneuvering between covers and moving unpredictably, he made the gunner's task more difficult, approaching the control center step by step. Wherever he hid, the scouts' eyes found him. They were everywhere. Behind rocks, in trees, on ruins. Their optics glowed red, as if they were watching his every move. He knew that if he slowed down, he would definitely be spotted. It was a tracking system from which there was no escape, and every step seemed like an escape from an all-seeing eye. The blow was accurate. The transformer shuddered when the right arm was torn off at the root along with the tentacle. Metal fragments crumbled in the air. The damage was critical, and without losing a second, he disconnected the useless limb, the ballast that slowed down his movements. Now it was of no use. Turning to Alicia, he gave her a short instruction to prepare for further action. He said that they couldn't stand alone. The fight was doomed. So now they should retreat, find a safe place, and join those who were still fighting for peace. He would stay to hold off the enemy and buy them some time. He knew that he probably wouldn't get out of here alive, but Alicia just nodded, saying that everything would be fine. And if not, she would still believe in him no matter what. She knew she couldn't do anything about it. She just wanted to fight for him. But her magic wasn't made for battle, and it was useless in combat. The only thing she could do was believe. Believe in the captain, in the crew, in salvation. With that belief, she could be their support. So without holding back her sincerity, she supported him, urging him not to give up. After her sincere words, everything became completely clear. She was allowed to simply believe. Nothing more was required of her. The princess knew that she was not capable of fighting on par with the others. The fact that the enemy suddenly appeared right in front of them made the captain realize that the sniper's blind spot was being covered by a separate squad. This meant that the shooter had support on the ground, which meant that the fight would drag on. A simple bypass would not work. They would have to fight their way through. Such actions indicated a well-planned ambush and a high level of enemy training. The gunner probably had no direction for the projectiles, relying on the scout network. But the captain was stuck in a wrecked machine that had lost some of its functionality. His only chance was to use the remaining energy and camouflage system to sneak up closer. He activated manual control, jettisoned unnecessary modules, lightening the hull, and began zigzagging, dodging potential shots. Victory now depended on cunning, not force. The captain's robot hummed louder as the reserve energy began to redistribute, increasing its power. He could feel the hull vibrating from the strain. When he turned to Alice, he saw sparks coming from her armor. Her magic was clashing with the technology of this time. She was barely able to stand, but she still looked at him. It seemed her body was not designed for this kind of stress. The light was Alicia's skill, triggered spontaneously when she was afraid for the captain. Her emotions triggered the activation of a magical barrier that was her own. The sparks and light that surrounded her were a side effect. She didn't fully understand how it worked, but she knew for sure. Her power could be useful too. She hadn't seen the point in using this skill before. She'd tried it, but she didn't understand what it was good for. The effect seemed strange and useless. Only now, in a combat situation, did she begin to guess. Perhaps it reacted to danger and protected its allies. It wasn't just light. It was her protection, triggered by instinct. She sheepishly justified herself by saying that the skill might have been useful, but hadn't had time to prove itself yet. The captain nodded, supporting her, and suggested that they continue in the same spirit. She should hold on tighter. After all, 3 scouts armed with tentacles had appeared right in front of them. The threat was serious, and their fight was just beginning. Using his remaining arm, he fired the machine's cannon. One of the shots seemed to hit its target. The enemy flinched. He continued firing without stopping, despite the overheating and vibration. But soon the indicators began to go out one by one. The cannon was empty. The energy was gone. There was nothing left to fire with. He immediately threw the pistol towards the enemies and rushed forward with incredible speed. His steps left deep marks on the ground, and the hull sparked from the overload. The scouts reacted. Some turned towards him, retreating. Others opened fire, trying to stop him. However, the captain's sharp throw broke their formation, forcing them to take defensive positions. Jumping up with acceleration, the captain swung at the nearest scout, tearing his right arm off. Metal ligaments flew apart. Sparks blinded the nearest. The scout staggered back, losing his balance. The others instantly switched to the new priority enemy. The captain, without losing his pace, used the moment to close the distance to the next target. The modification system activated. At the captain's command, his combat machine released its fastening grips, instantly attaching the scout's torn-off right arm to its body. The integration was successful. The contact was stable. The mechanisms responded. The new manipulator, although not perfectly compatible, now served the captain. He squeezed the fingers of the updated limb, checking its functionality, and was already preparing to use it in the next attack. Despite the breakdowns and energy leakage, the modified device moved with incredible agility. It glided across the battlefield as if it had lost all weight, moving smoothly and precisely, like a living creature. The power had increased dramatically. Apparently, the new arm had strengthened the core. Control was almost unreal. Alicia, meanwhile, continued to concentrate on feeding the system, strengthening the flow of energy with her skill, not even realizing how important it was. It turned out to be the princess's special skill. It was what caused such a sharp increase in power. She herself did not suspect her powers, and all previous attempts to activate them were ineffective. But now everything fell into place. At a critical moment, her ability worked on its own. Thanks to her, the device not only recovered, but also exceeded its previous limits. The princess realized with surprise that all this was her merit. It turns out that her skill is directly related to technology. It amplifies the power of mechanisms as if redirecting hidden energy into the core of the device. In her home world, where even steam mechanisms were considered a miracle, such a gift seemed useless. But here, in this space saturated with machines and devices, the ability turns into a powerful buff, capable of changing the course of the battle. So effective that it even seemed too cheating, even for her. Now the captain finally understood the essence of Alicia's ability. It amplifies. Simply put, her skill increases the efficiency of both mechanical muscles and the energy core, which golems usually call the soul. This is not just a boost, but a synchronous acceleration of all systems, making the machine stronger, faster, and more resilient. Such a gift turned out to be unexpectedly valuable in the conditions of techno-combat, where every improvement can be decisive. That was her power, subtle but powerful, not in her sword skills, but in the way she could make others stronger. The captain glanced at her and nodded briefly to fight together. With their new speed and power, the battle took on a different tempo. Both the enemy and the battlefield felt different now that Alicia was empowering the machine. Alicia pressed her palms lightly to her chest, as if trying to sense the source of her power. Until that day, she had considered her skills to be mere trinkets, inherited from the distant past. But now, for the first time, her abilities were truly useful. Now she could support not only with words, but also with actions. The thought surprised her and pleased her. Determination flashed in her eyes. As the captain closed in on his opponent, he unleashed his enhanced mechanisms. His blows became heavier, his movements more precise. Alicia, standing behind him, supported him with her skill power, her energy flowing through his armor, strengthening his every move. The opponents, realizing that their tactics were no longer working, rushed into a furious attack. A fierce hand-to-hand fight ensued. Sparks flew from the metal, and each blow echoed across the battlefield. Alicia's eyes sparkled so much from the fact that she could be useful, and from the fact that she made the right decision in following Captain Hero. The princess, coming to her senses, quietly apologized for crying in the middle of the fight. Her joy was too strong, and she couldn't hold back, but there was nothing shameful about it. After all, it happens so rarely that you, useless in the eyes of others, are suddenly recognized as useful. In a world where skills and numbers decide everything, her incomprehensible gift seemed empty, until someone showed that even in it there was hidden power. Thanks to the enhancement princess's skill, their machine's power had tripled. The previous capabilities now seemed weak and dim. He confidently dodged the enemy's attack, feeling a new lightness. If he could break through and close in on the enemy, he would have a real chance of winning. He was now not just faster, but stronger than ever before. A sudden failure? The machine's knee trembled as if the axle had buckled under invisible pressure. Then, one by one, the remaining systems began to shut down. Power flickered. Sensors went dark. The engine died. It seemed that something had seriously failed. Despite its recent strength, the technology had failed again. It was clear. This overload was too much, even for the reinforced structure. The scouts surrounded them. The captain's device was shaking, and sparks began to come out from the robot's knee, overloaded with the princess's enhancing skill. The mechanisms creaked under the onslaught of energy, and it seemed that another second, and everything would fall apart. The situation looked critical. The enemies were closing in, and one after another raised their weapons, as if deciding to deliver the final blow. Something unexpected happened again. These two robot scouts, each of them was shot at, and they were destroyed. It was unexpected. Grenades exploded nearby, sniper shots hit the target. The scouts collapsed one after another. Millie, who had arrived in time, opened fire from the flanks, saving the situation. The team reunited. The captain just nodded. Now was not the time for talking, only fighting. He said briefly, "Let everyone shut up and concentrate." The enemy was still nearby, and no less difficult minutes awaited them ahead. They climbed onto the roof of a half-destroyed building and, having made sure that there was no enemy nearby, began to act. The new plan was simple. Distract the enemy with a bulky device and then jump sharply in the other direction. While the noise and movement of the machine attracted attention below, the team prepared to jump. Everything depended on accuracy and speed. They only had one chance. As they prepared to jump, a flash of light from the distant horizon warned of a new shot. The sniper had taken aim at them again. Reacting instantly, the captain gave the order to abandon the vehicle. They flew to the side, dodging the attack, and a split second later, the hull of the abandoned craft was blown apart by a powerful hit. A wave of flame rolled behind them, but they were already in the air, rushing forward to salvation. They followed the fallen robot's body, using it as a cushion. The metal plates creaked under their weight, but the fall was cushioned. Dust rose around them. The captain rolled forward, covering the princess with his body. A few seconds later, it became clear that they were safe. The machine, having absorbed the impact, finally fell apart, but it had fulfilled its final task. The captain lifted Alicia up on his arm and held her tightly to himself so that she wouldn't get hurt. Although, in fact, it seemed that neither of them would be completely okay and would simply fall to the ground. Just as they were about to hit solid ground, Millie's machine emerged from the rubble. Its agile frame shot up, catching them both with ease. Mechanical grippers extended forward like arms and carefully took the captain and princess. The wind whistled past, but they were already safe. Millie's team had made it just in time. The captain, climbing into the cockpit, felt everything around him shrink. There was barely enough room to sit comfortably, and every control seemed tailored to fit the hands of someone smaller. He frowned and noted that it seemed as if everything had not been created for him. Then the developer connected to the system confirmed. That's how it should be. These devices are designed for young pilots, compact, flexible, with quick reactions. Despite the cramped cabin, the benefits were obvious. The armor was thicker, more resistant to impacts and explosions. The core's power was increased. The engine responded faster. The weapon systems were strengthened, and each gun fired more accurately and farther. This craft, although designed for children, was a model of combat effectiveness. The captain felt how the machine responded to his movements with lightning-fast precision. Everything was better, and that was undeniable. The captain activated the skill Modification, Control Panel Rebuild, and the interface in the cockpit changed dramatically. New panels, dials, and indicators appeared, allowing him to more accurately track the impulses coming from the princess. Now he could directly redirect her magical enhancement to individual parts of the machine: armor, engine, or weapons. The settings were adjusted to his fighting style. Everything was ready. Now he could truly experience the power of the princess to the fullest. The captain's group was joined by 3 more combat vehicles. These were robots controlled by Rain, Fuka, and Bee. Each of them had unique modules. Rain had long-range weapons, Fuka had improved mobility and reconnaissance, and Bee had heavy armor and protective screens. Combined, they made up a full-fledged support squad, capable of holding back the onslaught and covering the captain from the flanks. Now the battle promised to be equal. Although the team's reunion was joyful, there was no time for emotion. The captain had barely ordered them to disperse when a sniper's bullet hit them. The enemy was still not defeated. Even after the destruction of the main squad, the shooting did not stop. It became clear. Somewhere in the distance, the main shooter was still hiding, and he was not going to let them go. They were being fired upon by automated spy cars perched on rooftops and in the shadows of the streets. They managed to destroy a few along the way, but there were still too many of them to engage in close combat. Better to keep their distance and shoot them from a safe distance. But the sniper was still a threat. Then the captain said there was no other way. They had to get closer and destroy the point of fire itself. The captain added that it would be to their advantage if Alicia stayed with them and used her ability. The princess was so happy at his words that she enthusiastically promised to continue fighting with them. Her sincere joy filled the atmosphere with warmth, but at the same time it irritated the captain a little. It was not the time for emotions when danger lay ahead. Alice said that she now had an active skill too, and wanted to support the team with this. The captain assumed that the enemy sniper had cover and instructed Reina to deal with the fighters guarding his blind spot. It is not yet clear whether the sniper will remain in ambush or try to attack Reina. Milla was instructed to go to Fuka and search for the remaining enemies together with her. The crew expressed concern, wondering if the captain was okay, since his previous craft had been destroyed. Going into battle with only Alicia seemed like a dangerous move. This showed that despite the captain's confidence, there were still doubts and undeveloped trust in the new composition, and the princess's ability to maintain a full-fledged fight among the squad members. They dispersed and took up positions according to plan. Each team member prepared to begin the attack. At that moment, Alicia activated her reinforcement skill, and the robots sparked. Their power increased. The reinforced mechanisms began to move forward. The attack began harmoniously, precisely and decisively, because now they had a chance to break through the enemy's defense and get to the sniper. Alicia was now going to activate her power of reinforcement. Her powers are so powerful that it will be necessary to hold on to something. And preparing the robot machine, they set it up for an attack. The captain looked at Alicia and asked again if she was truly happy to be with them. She only nodded with a sincere smile, her eyes shining. Despite her anxiety, she was as if in a dream of happiness. Now that they were fighting together, the captain had the opportunity to get to know her and the others better. It was truly wonderful. Wasn't it for moments like these that they read these stories? There was little space in the cabin, but that was not a problem. If desired, the device could easily be converted into a 2-seater, and then they could operate it together. The main thing was that they were alive and could continue the fight. The rest was a matter of technology and time. As they began to engage in combat, Alicia was about to be hit by an enemy long-range shot. At that moment, her defense suddenly increased. The captain deftly dodged the shots, moving with a surprising ease that did not escape the attention of the crew. It seemed to everyone that he was dancing among the attacks. Reina asked Fuka if she could dodge the same if the target was on her. But Fuka answered uncertainly, admitting that it was far from certain that she could do so. Being able to jump and dodge all the incoming fire so easily is truly impressive, thanks to the combination of the upgraded robot that Millie brought and the princess's ability to boost her allies' morale and power. Intelligence from VI would likely be coming soon. If the enemy was using mobile artillery platforms, they couldn't be placed too far from their current position. And at that moment, it was as if he saw it. It turned out to be a sniper tank platform, massive, armored, with a huge barrel pointed in their direction. Its size was astonishing. In terms of dimensions, it resembled a mobile fortress. Eventually, Captain Yuji spotted the enemy sniper. Almost immediately, a massive machine moved toward them, and it became clear that a collision was inevitable. The sniper opened fire, and each shot rumbled like thunder, shaking the ground. The danger loomed over the team, and the captain ordered an immediate change of position. The sniper fired several bullets in a row, each of which left craters in the ground, but the robot under the captain's control deftly dodged all the shots. Maneuvering between the debris and the hills, it gradually reduced the distance to the enemy. Now it was close enough to begin the attack, and the sniper clearly did not expect this. The sniper's bulk was colossal, towering over the battlefield like a tower. The captain's machine seemed tiny in comparison, almost like an ant next to a huge gun. This was no ordinary rifle, but a sniper tank, specially built for long-range mech hunting. Its armor gleamed in the sun, and its muzzle was aimed directly at the approaching enemy. Bolt checked everything, then began searching for the sniper. It seemed he had managed to damage his targeting device. The sniper tank's scope was now sparking, and the signals were shaking slightly. Perhaps a blow or a shot had disrupted the targeting system. This gave them a slight advantage. It would be harder for the sniper to aim accurately, meaning the team had a chance to get closer. They destroyed this enemy sniper object, crushing its armor and disabling its targeting system. At the same time, the rest of the team did not stand idle. Each of the groups tried to deal with the remaining scouts as quickly as possible. They moved in a coordinated manner, covering each other and attacking from the flanks. Despite fatigue, no one retreated. Everyone understood that victory depended on determination and speed. Thanks to Alicia's super ability, the robot moved with incredible ease, almost hovering above the ground. This amazed the entire team. No one expected that such a massive device could perform such maneuverable movements. They looked at each other in amazement. It seemed that the technology had acquired a will of its own. The princess's enhancement clearly went beyond the usual support abilities, turning even the old machine into a nearly invincible fighter. Afterwards, they discussed how incredible it was that a person from another world was so useful. After all, before, the kids thought Alicia was completely useless, and the captain himself thought the same. But now, everything had changed. Alicia was overjoyed to see Millie and the rest of the kids again. The team was finally reunited, and now it was complete, ready to fight together as one. They counted everyone. There were 6 in the team. This meant that the team was fully staffed. At this moment, the princess noticed a strange movement. She noticed something nearby. It was a bench module from Break's court. They were immediately wary of its presence, because such modules rarely appear by chance, and, as a rule, serve as cover for enemy operations. Yes, they noticed 6 stylized feathers at the base of the bench. Each feather was engraved with a special pattern, as if symbolizing one of them. 6 feathers, 6 fighters. It looked like someone knew in advance about the composition of their team, and left this sign in their honor. The atmosphere became tense, because no one could understand whether this was a warning, a message, or an invitation. From the very beginning, she was sure that they would all gather again. This confidence and trust of hers filled everyone with joy and warmth. It seemed that the captain understood this, and the realization even made him feel a little awkward. Fortunately, her impassive face saved the situation from unnecessary emotions. And, admitting honestly, she admitted that the idea itself was truly magnificent. Most important thing is to let everyone around you know that they are accepted and trusted. After completing the mission, they found themselves near a flying object, resembling an airship, floating in the air. It was there that the team reunited. They surveyed the area from above, flying around the area, as if checking if everything was okay after the battle. The air was calm, and in this short respite, each of them could feel that they had indeed survived, and were able to come together. After the last battle, he left behind a hull that at first glance resembled a brand new robot. Without a closer inspection, one might think that a fresh machine had just been shot down. However, everything stolen from the enemy had already been loaded onto the train, and the ship itself was assembled from the wreckage of old robots and bodies. Hopefully this will not arouse suspicion. Now the ship was heading north. It was not far from the princess's hometown, since they were now free soldiers. Convenient, of course, but everything had to be improvised, both with equipment and with B. It was annoying. In the game, even missing a small detail could lead to catastrophic consequences. They noticed that the detector was reporting 5 enemies. These enemy units were pursuing one of their ships. The princess asked to zoom in to get a better look at the situation. Point 0? It was a running robot machine, resembling an animal or a horse, with weapons mounted on its back. The captain didn't immediately understand whose army it was from, who exactly the enemies were, and why only one machine was visible from the type of legs. But Millie said that she had already identified them by their emblem. This was the Double-Headed Dragon Society. This combat machine belonged to 3 soldiers from their team. The Double-Headed Dragon is their neighboring community, which has many brave soldiers serving in it. It turned out that this group belonged to another community. If only one ship was being pursued, then their entire crew had already been defeated. The princess wanted to go to the rescue immediately, and the captain knew in advance that she would say so. However, they really needed more information about the other communities along the way. Rescuing them now would be a good way to earn their trust. The order followed: prepare to unlock the robots. Begin the rescue operation. This 4-legged robot from a friendly squad was surrounded on all sides by enemy scouts. They were standing at the portal, ready to attack immediately, when suddenly the captain's team appeared. They arrived in time to help. On the way to the enemy, the captain wondered, were they really going to attack head-on first, having found themselves surrounded? This did not seem to be the best idea. It turned out that the robot did indeed have a knife. Enhanced by the princess's ability, it cut through several scouts in a flash, cutting them apart with astonishing ease. Leaning on the fallen enemies, he picked up the injured 4-legged robot of the allies, threw it over his shoulder, and quickly left the scene of the battle, escaping from the encirclement. It seemed that the 4-legged robot began to change shape. The team immediately realized that they could defeat both enemies at once. The captain noted that this machine was capable of transforming from a 4-legged to a 2-legged combat model. They have been defeated. Now they need to decide on their next step. First of all, to form a new team. The captain has admitted that he is not a good communicator, so perhaps negotiation is not his strong point. This task would be best left to Fuka, who is the best communicator on the team. And at that very moment, they established an active connection with that very soldier from the neighboring community, who stood in a pose reminiscent of a robot's fighting stance. The captain did not have time to give the command. He was a little confused by surprise and did not immediately understand what was happening. It turned out that there was a girl inside the robot. Having connected to the communication channel, she asked with irritation what they were thinking when they decided to butt in with their unsolicited help. Her voice sounded stern, and she ordered them not to interfere with her operation, making it clear that she had her own plan of action and did not need help. The captain, in fact, had no idea who this bossy girl was. He heard her voice, sharp, confident, no nonsense, and what she said made him think. There was a strength, a discipline, and an experience about her that you wouldn't expect from a stranger in a lone robot. The captain did not consider their actions as unsolicited help, and calmly replied, after all, they had come to rescue her. But in response, he heard irritation, as if their intervention had ruined the whole plan. He restrainedly clarified why she was reacting so sharply. After all, apparently she was surrounded, and help, it would seem, was appropriate. Yuji hadn't seen Fury since the party to celebrate the victory over the Demon King. The girl's keen hearing could instantly detect any movement. The team rushed to help, not understanding her irritation. After all, she was surrounded by enemies. They sincerely wanted to help, but they received a cold shoulder. The tension was growing. Then a calm voice came from another outlet, sounding over the comms. The girl told the children to step aside, stating that they would talk in person. The captain figured it wouldn't hurt to contact Millie and the others. Explaining everything that was happening would be, to put it mildly, funny. He strictly ordered the girls not to say a word about his and Alicia's abilities. They wouldn't believe it anyway. The girls just looked at each other and nodded in unison. Let this secret remain between them. Besides, she had been warned in advance that it was better to remain silent, because this was part of the overall plan. She took the hint and nodded reservedly. After that, they walked together towards the soldier, preparing for a conversation in which every word mattered. The girl had sharp ears covered in soft fur sticking out of her head, and in her right hand she clutched a short dagger, Her figure had a predatory grace, and her gait resembled a cat's gait. She glanced at the approaching people, frowned, and asked sarcastically, not hiding her surprise, "What kind of gathering is this?" "A large family." Her words confused the team, and they shifted their feet, awkwardly lowering their eyes, not knowing what to answer. The group introduced themselves as mercenary heroes, claiming to have registered 4 days ago in a nearby throttle. The girl with the ears checked the data, but their names were not on the list. She explained that synchronization occurs once a month, and the connection is unstable. Despite the logical explanation, her wariness did not disappear. She slowly reached for her sword, not taking her eyes off them. Her gaze read, "One wrong move, and she will be the first to attack." Pointing her sword at Captain Yuji, the girl with the ears asked suspiciously if these clone children were bought for slave labor. She emphasized that neither she nor Jin Isuragi would allow such a thing. Her voice was firm, not allowing for any objections. Now that this accusation had been made, Yuji knew that he could not avoid an explanation. He took a deep breath, realizing that he would have to prove his purity of intentions to this unyielding protector. Then Millie came out to the girl and calmly told her that she was wrong and should not attack the hero captain. The soldier did not put away her sword, but demanded an explanation. Tension hung in the air, but soon they found a secluded place nearby and sat down. The atmosphere became less hostile. The team calmly and in detail told everything that had happened, trying to be honest and not miss a single important detail. It became clear that Millie and her friends were following the captain voluntarily, and there was no coercion. The soldier girl apologized for her abruptness, explaining that the information in the registers had not yet been updated. The crew was understanding. This happens. The tension eased, and now both sides could communicate calmly, no longer suspecting each other of anything bad. Adding a few people to the list of registered people is not a problem. Suffice it to say that they are refugees rescued along the way, accompanying a reconnaissance group. Formally, this is a violation of the law, but who cares? Return the children to the world tree? Impossible. They are so cute. When you see their faces, any rules lose their meaning. How can you compare the severity of the law with the charm of children? Millie asked what operation they had interfered with. Then the girl, after a slight pause, told in more detail. Her sister, Tamami, had gone missing in action against the enemy. Their current mission was reconnaissance. It was necessary to find out whether the enemy had strongholds with prisoners of war. At the same time, it was necessary to reduce the number of enemy units and retreat without losses. Everything was calculated precisely, until outsiders intervened. Yuji asked if she really intended to carry out the operation alone. It turned out that she had previously asked other freelance mercenaries for help, but everyone had refused. Almost 7 days had passed since her sister's disappearance, and now few believed in success. The situation became clear, and the hero captain proposed a deal. The hero squad was ready to fight, but they had only just begun their journey in the mercenary world. As if to confirm his words, Yuji added that they wanted to know what it was like to be free mercenaries, to see everything from the inside. The girl with cat ears narrowed her eyes and asked again, with a slight irony in her voice, did they really want to learn from her? How to live a soldier's life? The group of heroes made it clear that they were not going to rob her or harm her. Their goal was not to stay in the main dragon for long. The girl sensed their intention to leave, but she was still unsure. What could they offer in return? The answer was simple: help in finding her sister. This was much more effective than a solo sortie. It seemed that she accepted the offer, but was categorically against children participating in military operations. The captain then suggested that she could accompany them from time to time to personally ensure that the children were not involved in the fighting. This would give her the opportunity to monitor the situation without interfering with their mission. This seemed like a reasonable suggestion. She would be able to keep everything under control, and the team of heroes would have a reliable guide and ally in the upcoming operation. She hugged Millie and Fuka, holding them close with unexpected warmth, and cheerfully declared that she accepted the deal. The crew sighed with relief, and the captain, glancing at the scene, wondered for a moment if she was being too affectionate with the children. The thought was fleeting, of course, but it made him squint a little. After they had discussed everything and stood up, the girl officially declared that her platoon, the Alliance of the Dragon and the Fox, was entering into an agreement to cooperate with the hero's squad. She said it confidently, almost solemnly, as if she were concluding an important military agreement. The team of heroes nodded in response, accepting these conditions without objection. Now they acted as allies. After listening to her words, the team realized she had no other members. Only she and her sister made up the entire platoon, and now she was alone. Despite her desire to appear strong and formidable, everything about her spoke of the opposite. Her facial features, her voice, her mannerisms, her desire to inspire respect collapsed before one immutable truth. She was too nice, and that was the main thing that people noticed about her. All this was fine, of course, but the question remained, what was their next plan? First of all, they needed to replenish their supplies and pass the technical inspection. Without this, it would be reckless to move on, so they decided to go to her community. And when the others still called her the lady from Isekai'd, she calmly but firmly asked them not to call her Jean anymore, as if wanting to distance herself from the past or her family name. Sister Jean sounded much nicer and more casual, and so the team easily accepted this new address. The girl with the ears did not object. On the contrary, a shadow of pleasure flashed in her gaze, so from that moment on, they began to call her Sister Jean, as if she really became part of their friendly and slightly strange family of heroes. Only now they would call her Sister Jean. This nickname became something special, like a secret oath between them. For Jean herself, it was like balm for the soul, a warm confession that she had long lacked. However, the captain was a little irritated by this. All this cuteness seemed superfluous to him in the conditions of combat readiness. But he said nothing. He only tried to hide his irritation deeper. As for the captain and the princess, they decided to call her Isekai'd's mentor, with a hint of respect and formality. The captain, to tell the truth, didn't care. She certainly had plenty of strength. He admitted that right away. However, her character seemed stubborn and straightforward to him, and so he had a premonition that it would be difficult to find a common language with her. But since the alliance was made, they would have to get along. First of all, they had to collect the wreckage of the downed enemy equipment for sale, and only then set out. All preparations were entrusted to the team, and she was the one passing on the orders. Their route now lay in the direction of the double-headed dragon. Once again, she commanded herself to the captain. He briefly thought that something was clearly wrong with her, but at the same time, he was glad that now the leadership had passed to her. They agreed to do as she ordered and followed her without further ado. She had meanwhile contacted the two-headed dragon community, relaying coordinates and intentions. Now they had to follow her into the hangar, a massive structure with half-open doors. Walking through the faint hum of machinery, the squad followed their new guide. When they arrived at their destination, the surroundings were striking in their scale and severity. Everything looked completely different here. Not a single detail reminiscent of home. Instead of the familiar buildings and bustle of life, cold metal hangars, strict lines of fortifications, and mechanized discipline. A different life and a different order reigned here. This was not just another place. It was an entirely different level of existence. The base turned out to be elongated in shape, with a well-thought-out layout and rational placement of buildings. The structure looked busy, but at the same time, everything was conveniently located. Warehouses, hangars, and residential blocks were located compactly. It was clear that if necessary, it could easily be expanded or completed. Everything indicated that this place was designed with efficiency and rapid development in mind. The squad's devices were in satisfactory condition, and now it was time to customize them for each pilot. Jean took command without hesitation, acting decisively. The survival of the team was at stake. She gave a clear order. Everyone must take only the weapon that suits him. Otherwise, in a real fight, even the slightest mistake could cost everyone their lives. Jean ordered the refit order to be placed. Payment would be made from the proceeds from the sale of enemy equipment wrecks. In her community, mercenaries were given maximum freedom. They could choose and order any equipment they needed. A special board resembling the tablet she was holding in her hands was available for ordering. It was the one that made it easy to browse catalogs and submit requests for modifications. When they picked up the tablet, they were surprised to find that it wasn't easy to figure out right away. The interface was overloaded with icons, and there were almost no explanations. Some functions were labeled with unfamiliar terms. Despite their efforts, the newcomers were confused. Jean, noticing their confusion, chuckled and offered to give a brief briefing to avoid confusion and speed up the selection of equipment. They really did look tired. Their eyes were sticking together, their movements were slow. The captain smiled weakly, thinking that choosing equipment here was no easier than in strategy games. In reality, every choice was more important, and the skills of one player were not enough. Now was the perfect moment for optimization. The captain, noticing their condition, suggested that they take a short rest after completing the order. She wanted to show them the famous two-legged dragon, the pride of the local base. There were quite a few people in the lair, other mercenaries, mechanics, even a few fighters resting after a sortie. Trees grew between the metal structures, creating a sense of strange but living comfort. The captain was examining strange eggs in the display case when a notification suddenly rang out. The others had already managed to finish their business, and now they were approaching him, one by one, ready to find out what would happen next. When the team gathered at the display case, they were already wearing new outfits, chosen for their role in the squad. Millie, beaming, approached Yuji and asked him with hope in her voice if he liked how they looked now. Receiving an approving nod, the girls perked up, exchanging joyful glances. At that moment, Reina confidently walked forward and told everyone to follow her. The captain did not expect such a turn of events and was slightly surprised. The captain noticed that the publications, architecture, and even the clothing here were distinctly Japanese in style. Thinking back to when the princess first appeared, he realized that he had seen similar attributes back then. It was said that Japanese people had been summoned to this world before him, and that was probably why traces of their culture still remained. In any case, the double-headed dragon seemed a much more comfortable and humane place than the cold and strict Yggdrasil. They sat down at a low table surrounded by cushions, and at Joan's request, they were promised the best of what the community had to offer. For now, an assortment of Japanese sweets was laid out before them: mochi, manju, dorayaki, yukon, and small rice cakes. The aroma was warm, honeyed. The team looked at each other in surprise, not expecting such a homely treat in the mercenaries' lair. Judging by the happy faces, everyone seemed to enjoy the treat. Captain Yuji, carefully biting into a rice ball with filling, noted to himself how long it had been since he had tasted such real sweets. Jin, catching the joy at the table, nodded with satisfaction. Her gaze slid to Yuji, and as if wanting to tease him a little, she addressed him with half-feigned severity. Asked if his kittens were really fed poorly, since they pounced on the food with such enthusiasm. Millie couldn't help but immediately defend the captain. She said it wasn't true. Yes, there were better dishes, but in those conditions he gave them everything he could. Jean listened, raising an eyebrow slightly, but it was obvious that her patience had run out. She sighed, then admitted with a smile that the hero really was a wonderful person. His goal was to create a world where children would no longer have to fight. The others supported her, adding that without the captain, they would have been dead long ago. Jean, crossing her arms over her chest, added with a half-serious grin that, of course, she too believed that children had no place on the battlefield. But looking around at the assembled group and hearing how warmly they spoke of their captain, she couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Muttering, she wondered what this was all about, and whether it was some kind of cult. Looking at them with narrowed eyes, there was irony in her voice, but also a slight respect for the fact that they were so devoted to their cause and to each other. The captain nodded silently, not saying a word, but his eyes were full of approval. He had long since come to the same conclusion himself. Children had no place on the battlefield. Jean's questions were harsh, but they were true. Deep down, he respected her for her directness. Yes, she might be hot-tempered, but there was strength and caring in that. They returned to the battlefield, to an abandoned place where the smell of a recent battle still hung in the air. Jean, walking forward, suddenly turned to the team and, without slowing down, asked, as if continuing the previous conversation, if each of them had a favorite robot. There was no severity in her voice, only curiosity. It seemed that this question meant more to her than just technology. They exchanged glances. The thought occurred to each of them almost simultaneously. If they got used to their robots, mastered their features, learned to feel them as an extension of themselves, then they would certainly become stronger. This was not just a mechanism, but a partner in battle, and much depended on how close this connection would be. They had already managed to conduct a combat simulation, and the result was impressive. Close combat showed itself from the best side. Now it was possible to optimize actions in order to effectively support allies. Each participant took into account the weaknesses and strengths of their robot, which meant that the interaction between them became more and more coordinated. The captain chose a powerful combat robot for himself, significantly superior in characteristics to their previous machines. The new unit had a massive shield on its arm, capable of covering not only the pilot, but also nearby allies. With each glance, he was increasingly eager to test the effectiveness of the new equipment in practice. The only thing he regretted was that the budget was not enough to install a two-seater cabin, which slightly limited the tactical possibilities. They began calculating the location of the enemy base, using data on the genies, information from past battles and the local terrain. In total, they identified 3 key points of probable placement. B, showing keen interest, behaved especially obediently. She rubbed her head, causing affection. But despite this, she did not want to be treated like a child, just continue training her without leniency. The sensors started to signal something was approaching. This could be the very place they were looking for. The squad moved forward cautiously, examining the surroundings. Each step was accompanied by a careful check. The area seemed abandoned, but too suspiciously quiet. Perhaps the enemy base really was somewhere nearby. From afar, a massive object appeared among the dense trees. The steel structures rising above the treetops clearly did not belong in nature. This structure resembled a fortified base, probably the one they were looking for. The enemy base was hidden among the foliage, merging with the forest, but its outlines were still given away by the equipment. The team slowed down, switching to covert observation mode. The gun was securely fixed, and the visor was carefully calibrated and installed in place. After that, the preparations were complete, and the squad was ready to begin the operation. All the equipment was put in order, the systems were checked, and the fighters took their places. The mood among them was focused. A mission awaited them, on which much depended. Immediately, a powerful shot burst from the captain's rifle, shaking the air and rushing towards the enemy base. In front of the entrance were tanks, entrenched snipers, reconnaissance drones, surveillance cameras, and combat robots. The shot hit one of the forward shields, causing an immediate alarm at the base, and a rapid reorganization of the defense began. The archer brought down a powerful blow on the entrance door to the enemy's lair, crushing the fortifications with a roar. The metal doors could not withstand the onslaught. They bent, cracked, and collapsed inward with a deafening ringing. Behind the clouds of dust, a passage into the depths of the base opened up, and the soldiers prepared to attack. Fuka thought that the anti-aircraft guns and antennas would allow her to change her firing point. Using them as a distraction or by adjusting to radio interference, she could take a more advantageous position. This would give her the opportunity to attack from an unexpected direction, providing support to the rest of the squad. Now it was Vi's turn, moving into position to fire her shot. Her movements were precise and fast, her trajectory already calculated. The robot stabilized beneath her, and Vi aimed using sensor data. Everything was going according to plan. This was supposed to be the decisive blow, opening the way for the rest of the team to penetrate deep into the enemy base. Vi launched the first series of multiple rockets. Dozens of missiles flew out from the mount on her mech's shoulder, heading towards the enemy base. The missiles fanned out, covering the entire forward perimeter. Explosions shook the ground. Bullets and shrapnel scattered in all directions, destroying enemy fortifications. It was a powerful breakthrough, opening the way for the main group to advance, and all the bullets fired from a distance hit their target accurately. From where the squad stood, it was visible how the missiles and shots accurately pierced the designated objects on the enemy base. The installations, antennas, and enemy mechanisms began to explode one after another, engulfed in fire and smoke. The offensive had begun, and it was confident, precise, powerful. The shots were carefully placed, hitting targets without damaging potential holding areas, which only served to prove how brilliant the new equipment was. Now it was Jean's turn. Walking up to the control room of her craft, she activated the targeting system, and the screen reflected the enemy modules in the strike zone. At Jean's command, the squad rushed forward. The combat robots moved from their positions with a hum, covering the distance between themselves and the enemy base. The ground shook under their weight, flashes reflected off armor panels. Ahead was a zone of fire contact. The strategic breakthrough had begun, and now every second could cost lives. According to the plan, the squad had to simultaneously break through deep into the enemy base, destroy enemy forces, and find the hostages, including Tanami. While Millie searched for enemies in close combat, Fuka coordinated fire, changing positions using antennas. With the help of an assistant, they analyzed data from the battlefield in real time. They had to avoid areas with minimal defense. This is where hostages could be held. They began the battle, destroying everything in their path. Buildings, fortifications, equipment. Almost all the enemies outside were destroyed. It was clear that the opponents had undergone serious training. They were well coordinated, used cover, and returned fire accurately. Nevertheless, the hero's attack was powerful and coordinated. Each participant knew his business and acted strictly according to plan. Jean watched the squad in amazement. Even though they were just kids, their coordination was astounding. It was as if they could read each other's minds. Every step, every shot was calculated to the second, and even in the tense combat situation, they acted without panic. This was not just training. This was a real unity, as if they shared a common fighting instinct. She was genuinely interested in how he could become their leader. If he had once saved their lives, he deserved respect. However, the situation, as it turned out, was not quite like that. The captain calmly replied that there was no need to worry, began to explain, but she barely listened to him. Instead, with a slight smile, she responded, "What a modest, what a good person." Yuji really thought about what he had actually done. He had simply done everything to survive, nothing more. And the children, they had simply gone with the flow, following him, because there was no other choice. Several large sections soon began to open up to detect new heat sources. This meant that new enemies were approaching. Reinforcements were called in directly from the main base. An unusual robot appeared in front of them, outwardly different from the others. It had a knife attached to one hand, a firearm on the other. It looked like an attack type, but it had two heads, which made the team doubt. Is this a new type of enemy? Meanwhile, one of the fighters said that he was in a dead zone. Will they be able to allow him to change his position for support? Reina immediately stepped forward without waiting for orders, and in a decisive tone asked the others not to interfere. She was going to deal with this enemy on her own. The others retreated, giving her space, and Reina herself was already preparing for a swift attack. Reina swung her knife, aiming it at the enemy, controlling her robot with precise coordination. However, the enemy was able to parry the attack. Well, the captain thought, this new guy doesn't seem to be that agile. His mobility is severely limited. Now that Reina has room to maneuver again, she acts freely. The sword is just a distraction. The real power is hidden in the two cannons under the shoulders. After Reina attacked the enemy with her weapon, something unexpected happened. Despite the powerful blow, the enemy robot remained standing as if nothing had happened. It did not retreat, did not move a single step. It simply froze in its previous position. This behavior was strange, even alarming. The team felt that something was wrong with this robot. It was clearly different from ordinary combat units. He seemed to still be able to move smoothly despite the attack. His stabilization system was unimpaired. The next step was to cover Reina. The rest of the group began to change positions to prevent the enemy from catching her off guard. The support was coordinated quickly, with one fighter covering the flank, another activating an additional shield. Now Reina could focus on the finisher, knowing she had her back. At that moment, Fuka activated a powerful shot from a heavy cannon. The projectile roared through the air and accurately hit the enemy robot. The impact was so strong that the enemy's body shook and the armored plating cracked. Despite its resilience, even this new type could not withstand such an attack. It staggered slightly. This was the chance to finish it off. Suddenly, the robot disappeared from view and almost simultaneously appeared in another place, as if it had moved through space. This confused all the participants in the battle. They wondered, was this a new ability? Perhaps it was just an optical illusion, but even for optical camouflage, the enemy's behavior was too strange. Was it really capable of dodging all the shots in this way? The detector showed that the target had indeed disappeared for a short time and then reappeared in another place. They wondered if the device was faulty, but no, it was definitely not an illusion or a hidden route. Everything pointed to teleportation, and then the captain noticed something strange. His gaze froze in surprise. What he saw did not fit into the framework of the usual, as if it violated all the rules of combat. What the captain saw really did resemble magic. A strange light flashed on the robot's chest, forming a clear pattern similar to a coat of arms. The glow pulsed, as if reacting to the surrounding space. The captain froze. There was no logic to the technology in this. It looked like a spell. But how? The magic of an enemy robot? If this really was magic, then their enemy was much more dangerous than they had assumed. The girls secure the weapon and install the visor. After they have completed all the installations, the girl announces the end of the preparations and talks about the beginning. The guys start shooting at the enemies, destroying their weapons and robots. They continue to fire, and then the girl tells the others that the anti-aircraft guns and antennas have been destroyed, and that the firing point has been moved. The girl turns to B and says that now it was her turn. The blonde says that she understands. The girl activates the non-stop fire jet system. A hail of bullets is directed into the sky from the robot's weapon. They fly straight to the enemy base and hit the target. The new weapon was flawless, and thanks to this weapon, they were able to avoid hitting the prisoners. B turns to Jin and tells her it's her turn to attack. The girl gives the command to start, and the new weapons begin firing. The girl asks Fuku and B to cover her, and Millie asks them not to stop reconnaissance. Their main goal was to save Tamami. However, to do this, they had to destroy the enemies. She asks not to attack the demilitarized zones. They answer that it was already clear. Suddenly, their weapons explode, and the girls don't understand what happened. They thought they had managed to destroy everyone in their line of sight. One of the girls is amazed by the children's abilities and says that it was because of their skills, which were at their best. The girl is interested in her friend's well-being and talks about the hero's correct assumptions about his own squad. She says that each of them plays a role, shows will and desire to protect their comrades. She can't understand why the guy was their captain, and most likely he came to their aid more than once since they acknowledged him. The guy says that it is not so, and the girl asks him not to be modest. The guy thought that he himself didn't know what he had done for them, and even if he had acted in his own interests, they would have still followed him. The girl reports the discovery of a heat source and talks about someone being in front of them. The guy wonders in surprise about their exit from the hangar. The robot stood in front of them, and the girls were surprised to notice that it was a new upright walking model that they had not seen before. The guy tells them about the impossibility of shooting from a blind spot and changes his position. The girl asks him to give it to her and rushes into battle with him. However, the enemy dodged the girl's blow, which surprised the guys even more. The guy notices that the robot fought them alone. The girl says that her blow didn't work, but she got her shotguns ready to attack. She starts shooting non-stop. When the girl stops, she notices that the robot has managed to move to another place, which surprises the guys even more. The guy looked at them with alarm, and Jin shouted to the others to shoot and cover Reina. The guys start shooting at the robot, and the hero looks at them questioningly. The hero notices that the robot ends up in a different place every time, although this was impossible for robots. The girl asks if it was a new weapon, and Jin suggests it was camouflage. Reina says that was impossible, as she would have definitely hit him. The girl says that the sensors detect him in a new place every time, and the guy thinks that it reminded him of teleportation. Looking at the crest that was embedded on the robot's chest, he wondered about the possibility of a skill embedded in the robot. The hero informs the girls about the enemy's possession of extrasensory abilities, namely teleportation. Jean asks again, incredulously, and says what he's talking about. She says that the occult has been encountered on the battlefield, but she still had her doubts. The guy gives the command to create a fiery shaft so as not to let him through to them. Jean says that she doesn't understand anything, but she has to agree. They start shooting, and their enemy still dodges quickly. The girl says that it really was like teleportation. The guy thought about his chaotic movements, although he should have been moving according to some kind of pattern. The robot suddenly appeared in front of the robot B and extended his weapon, preparing to attack. He started shooting, and the girl covered herself with her right rifle. She reports damage. The robot moved to another place, and Jin says it was very fast and it was like teleportation. Suddenly, the enemy stopped and stood motionless. The girl noticed this and grabbed her weapon. The girl decides to remove it while it was having technical problems. The guy thought about it, and it seemed to him that something was wrong. The guy shouts at the girl not to shoot, but it was too late. The girl shot at the robot and hit it. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in fear. In the hole that had formed sat Tamami. The girl screamed, and the girl turned to her sister. She asks them to run away, as she was sure that they would not be able to resist them. Suddenly, the robot started shooting again, and the girl managed to dodge. The hero says that the ability to teleport was a powerful skill in itself. But on top of that, controlling the pilot's mind made the situation even more difficult. The girl says that, judging by his words, Tamami was held hostage and her mind was controlled. B starts to cry, and says that she is glad to see her little sister alive. The robot begins to prepare for battle again, and the hero says that they had no choice. He says that he created the shield for exactly such situations, and encourages the girls, assuring that they can handle it. Jin comes to his senses and announces his readiness to continue the fight. They start shooting, and the enemy starts teleporting quickly again. The girl apologizes to the guy for making him worry and asks him not to defend her, as she promises not to give in to emotions anymore. She says that they must remove the enemy's limbs so that he cannot attack, and so that they can save Tamami. The guys agreed and said that they understood her. The guy puzzles over the whole situation. His skill didn't work until he touched the car. He notices that after Jin's attack, the enemy was no longer as active. However, they couldn't rely on that alone. The girl says that if it weren't for the hero, she would have killed Tamami. She thanks the guy and announces that she will take on close combat. The guy agrees and says that they did a very good job of creating a strategy. However, for a well-coordinated team, they needed to trust each other. Jin says that they should hit him if they open fire at the same time. She asks Reina to come from different sides and asks the hero to provide them with support. The guys start shooting at the same time, but the robot still avoided all attacks. Reina reports that suppressive fire, as expected, produced no results. Jin notices that the girl was not aware of the situation. Reina asks what she is talking about, and she says that the teleportation range was limited. The guy also realized this only now, after Jin's words. Jin says they should have enough maneuverability. She orders them to close in. The robots began to approach the enemy and shoot at them. Reina notes that the enemy really couldn't have gotten too far. They start to surround the robot and say that he's in deep trouble. They moved even closer to the robot. Reina asks them to come a little closer, and Jin says that they must prevent Tamami from being controlled from within. Jin exclaims that she has found the enemy zone and hits it. Reina happily shouts that they succeeded, but Jin considered it insufficient. She strikes again and says that they must destroy anything that can attack. Suddenly, the robot reaches out to the girl. The fingers on his hands turn into weapons and attack the girl. The girls start to worry about her, but Jin says that she is fine, since the robot was unable to hit the control cabin. The girls say that they have never seen such an attack before, and the hero notices that the robot had too many aces. Reina announces her intention to attack. Suddenly, the robot has new weapons again, and is preparing to attack the girl. Reina is shocked by him, and puts up her shields in front of him. The enemy begins to attack, and the hero, heading towards the girl, shouted to her that he would get to her any minute. As soon as he approached, the enemy immediately disappeared. The hero asked the girl how she was. The girl informed him that her legs were no longer functioning, and now she would have to stay in this position. Jean also informed him that her arms and head were out of order, and her sensors were also not working, and at the moment she could only move. The hero mentally says that they had to lose most of the vanguard in a short time. This robot was extremely dangerous. Even without its teleportation skill, the robot could use its precision, along with its reflexes. He doubted that he could easily defeat it, let alone save Tamami. Alicia offers to help them somehow with her magic, but the guys doubted that they would succeed, since Jin and Reina had already tried to do this. The hero says that this is quite possible, but they needed to get closer to the robot. The guys continue to shoot at the enemy, who continues to dodge their attacks. The guys had an idea, but for this they needed to know where the enemy would appear. The hero says that he had one method, but he doubted that it would work, and for this idea he needed the support of the squad. He introduced his team and said more confidently that they would succeed. The hero stops and activates the structure change skill. He touches the floor, and it immediately begins to change under the influence of the guy's magic. A huge barrier is erected in front of them. The guy says that he can only use the structure underneath him, and if he had the equipment at hand, he could create something more interesting. Jin asks the guy if he used his psychic powers, but the guy asks to discuss it later and asks Fuka and Millie to use a barrage. He needed to buy time. The girls say that they accepted the order and began to carry it out. The girls begin to distract the robot. The hero tells B that he is starting to implement a new tactic and asks the girl to warn the others. The girl promises to try to fulfill his request. The guy says he's starting a counterattack. The girls shoot at the enemy, and then, seeing that they have no result, say that they are unlikely to hit him at such a distance. The girls stop firing at the enemy. They say they can do nothing more because their ammunition has been exhausted. Suddenly, a huge number of bullets flew from the sky. B says that he will cover a large area, like in the situation with the invisible ship. This way he couldn't dodge because they will shoot at all his teleportation points. Their goal was to immobilize him, not destroy him. The robot ran towards them in only one direction. B had specifically left this route for their plan. Their plan was to lure him into coming closer, since they didn't know where he might have teleported to. The hero runs towards him and is about to strike. B is about to activate the power boost skill, and Jin yells at Reina that the moment has arrived. The girls shout that they are counting on a robot created by a guy. They cut off the robot's limbs. The girls brace themselves for another blow. The guys dealt another blow, which was already the final one for him. They blew up the parts that flew off the robot, leaving only the control center. The girl hits the piece of iron with her sword and reports that she does not see any activity and that the enemy is no longer functioning. The girl turns to Reina and says that they did it. Reina thanks her, as the key to the operation was instant, overwhelming force. Jean says that she detected activity in the robot, which meant that her sister was alive. The girl says that at first she did not understand the hero when he said that he would unite two damaged robots. Jin asks why he turned away, and the guy thought that it was another talkative girl who was addressing him specifically. Alicia was happy, and Reina opened the cabin. Jin runs out and runs towards the enemy robot, screaming his little sister's name. She holds the girl and asks if she is alive. Jin asks her to say at least a word. Tamamo asks her sister why she didn't listen to her, and the girl says that she will never leave her. Tamamo saw the hero and turned to him. She calls him her savior, and she didn't know how to thank him. She says that the guy was most likely a teammate for her sister. She looks around the entire team and is very surprised by its composition. Since the squad consisted entirely of children, Jean agreed to cooperate. The boys tensed up at the girl's words. Jean says that the boys are probably exhausted. She thanks them and says that meeting them was the best thing that ever happened to her. The boy smiled contentedly at her words. The guy looked at everyone and thought that the girls had a very strong connection. Tamamo tells them that most likely many girls were captured like her. She asks them to try to save them, and the guy mentally says that this way the Ori will be able to find more valuable information. The guy says he's going inside and asks them to watch him through the sensor. He asks them to help him if something goes wrong. The guy entered the enemy building and thought that he was entering the second round, and would most likely have to face something more interesting. The guy shot at the creatures that came his way. Coming closer to the already dead creatures, he notices their tattered state. The guy found the small number of soldiers in the building strange, but he decided that they had deliberately not used a large number of soldiers because they were relying on their robots. Although the base through which he entered this world also had few personnel. The guy enters a building and sees a huge robot that was connected to a lot of wires. The guy notices the similarity of this robot to the one that his sister Jean was forced to pilot. Suddenly, another door opens in front of the guy, and upon entering, the guy cannot understand what kind of room it was. The guy, coming closer to the capsules, sees different creatures in them. There were only half of the bodies. The hero realizes that these were the same captured pilots. In this situation, they should all be dead. The hero initially decides to report this to the girls, but then decides that gathering information is more important. The guy thinks that he can read from the enemy panel, since his magic allowed him to do so. He says that in this lab they even experimented with armor based on magic. He found a list of human test subjects and learned about the actual kidnapping of people for experiments with combat magic. The guy notices that most of the abilities were offensive and were marked as unclaimed, and most likely, it was because of the very great strength of the test subject. The guy finds a detailed appendix and says that now the structure of the world was clear to him. The information comes out in front of the guy, and after reading it, he says that the material that will shield or disperse magic really did exist. The guy saw such a stone and believes that his enemies were looking for this stone. The guy wonders about the fact that he had to use magic as usual. And it was not only him, but also others. Magic abilities in this world do not move a person in space, but control it. To use magic, a continuous or even looped system is needed. Almost all combat skills affect space in one form or another. Since attacking abilities are limited, one has to rely on physical strength. Therefore, most likely, this world cannot be called a pure fantasy. People with alien powers use technology to fight each other. The guy notices another application that was left, which was related to magic. As it turned out, there was another magic laboratory in this room. The guy touches the wall and uses his magic. The door appears and opens. The hero, entering inside, is surprised at his rightness. He stopped in surprise and said that it was one of the portals. The hero says that this place reminds him of the place he originally teleported from. He notices that the control panel was still working, and he thinks that this could be his chance. He calms himself down and says that he might be able to return to Japan if he can use the portal. The guy asked himself about returning to Japan and froze. The cheerful faces of his team appeared before his eyes. The guy stood there doing nothing and didn't know what to do. The girls enter the room where the portal was located and say that it looked exactly like a teleportation circle. The girls say that it was him. The hero asks if everyone has come down to the hall. The boys answer affirmatively and notice that now their captain can return home. The girls become sad. Jean says that the hero originally wanted to go home. She grabs her head and begins to ask questions about the future of this world. The guy holds out his hand and asks them to stop their thoughts. He tells them that it is impossible for him to return on his own. The teleporter was weak. It was created to transport weapons and soldiers within this world. The girl says that she was scared to imagine the possibility of instantaneous transference. Teleportation to another world was beyond their imagination. The guy was sure that the enemy citadel had the original portal. It was the only way to move beyond time and the world. The girls noticed that the guy was able to decipher enemy inscriptions, while it took them a long time to do so. Reina asks what kind of place it was where they appeared and met Millie. The guy explains what kind of place it was and how they got there, and the girl says that she now begins to understand. The blonde says that this portal had to be connected to the network, and they needed to reconnect with the original teleport so that the guys could return to their world. The guy says that access to the original is currently blocked, and he had no information about this situation. While they could travel through the mass production portal circles, this was one of the fastest ways to travel in the hero's opinion. The guy thinks that they will be able to reach the enemy citadel this way, and will be able to find the original teleport. The girl stood and silently listened to him. The girl asked him if they would be able to strike the enemies, and the guy didn't even doubt it. In the worst case, they could escape from there through the teleport circles. The girls decide that they should take the risk, and the guy thinks that they could be found out and blocked. They had to act quickly. Tamami asks to take her with him. She says that she owes the boys a favor and asks them to fight with her to repay their debt. She says that it wasn't just about wanting to help. The girl says that she heard about the use of magic, and at first she did not believe in this myth until she encountered it herself. She says that magic was the most important factor in this battle, and she didn't know whether their plan would work or not, but either way, they had to gather as much information as possible to save humanity. Jin asks her to rest a little first, but the girl scolds her and asks if she even listened to her. She comes close to her sister's face and says that no one dares to hold her and teach her how to live in this world. The guy watched them in shock, and Jean agreed with her little sister and said that she would look after her. Tamami says that even if she doesn't want to fight, her sister still won't leave the girl alone when she sees others fighting. She says that in that case, she will fight together with the hero and his team. The guy asks if they are sure, because he will have to adjust the strategy, and then agrees with her. The guys, already inside their robots, enter the teleportation room. The guy asks if they are ready and asks them to check all the equipment again. The girls, one after another, answered that they were ready. Tamami also comes in and says that everyone was ready and was going to perform. Her sister says that she will protect the girls and Tamami until her last breath. Alicia thanks everyone and says that it would be nice if she had her own cabin. Yuji, sitting behind her, mentally says that this cabin is equipped just right for 2 people. The hero asks everyone to prepare for landing at the enemy headquarters and activates the teleport. The girls, one after another, try to calm themselves down as they are very worried. The guy asks everyone to get ready and enters the portal. He finds himself in a different place and says that the transition has been made and announces the beginning of the attack. The guys, finding themselves in a different place, immediately enter into battle. The girl reports that the sensor readings match the data they received. The hero tells them to act according to their plan. The guys reached the main transport tunnel. The guy orders them to split into 2 groups and asks Tamami and Jin to draw all the attention to themselves. The girls ran forward, and the hero ordered the others to move towards the center. The guys were walking, and it seemed strange to the hero that no one was bringing in reinforcements. Suddenly, everything around starts to explode. The girls panic and ask what is happening, and in their opinion, the enemies were trying to collapse the tunnel. The guy uses magic to touch the wall and create a door in it. The guys fly out of there and land on the ground. They find themselves in a huge enemy headquarters. There used to be a princess's castle on this site, but little remains of it or of the city. There was a garrison at this headquarters, but it was weak, since most likely no one was expecting them. He says that Jin's squad did a great job, and at this rate they won't have to storm every enemy fortification. The guy says that their plan is changing and decides to go straight to the main teleport. He gives the order to attack, and the guys engage in battle with the enemies. The girl says that she will sweep them out of the way and deploys a stationary weapon. Then B comes into play and says that they should stay put if they want to burn under her fire. Then Millie joins them and attacks the enemies. After her was Reina, who rudely orders her enemies to get out of her way. A robot came out in front of them, who was not affected by their bullets. The hero says that real security has arrived and asks Alice to fight him. Alicia prepares for the attack and says that she is for a world where children do not have to fight. The girl delivers a powerful blow to the robot, which was twice their size. They touch the robot, and the hero says that this is all for the country of Millie and for returning to Japan. The enemy robot simply splits into 2 parts from their attack, and Reina says that they have overcome the last line of defense. The hero says that their target was deep within the structure, and reports using magic to avoid damaging anything important within it. As they approach the gate, a crack appears on it. Reina looks at it questioningly, and B says that it has nothing to do with it. The gate explodes, and the guy orders everyone to leave there immediately. Suddenly, a very large enemy robot comes out to meet them. The guys looked at him in shock. The girls say in fear that it was huge and they had no information about it. B suggests that they try shooting at it first. They notice that this robot occupied a significant part of the enemy base. It was the first time they had seen such a massive golem, and the boy was wary because it did not attack. Suddenly, the front part of the robot opens up with a gun and he gets ready to shoot. The hero asks everyone to concentrate and try to get out of the line of fire. The robot fires, and a bright flash illuminates them. From his shot, everything that was in front of him was destroyed. The boys are shocked to see that this robot didn't care about the safety of his base. He was so strong that he could destroy everything in his path. The guy asks if everyone was okay, but no one answers. Suddenly, the robot's design changes, and chains fly out of it. These chains were heading towards the guy, intending to grab them. The guy notices that he was armed with the same tentacles as the stealth ships. This was bad for them. They launch an attack on the hero, and he tries to dodge them. However, in this situation, the guys still won't be able to dodge everyone. Suddenly, bullets appear in the air and destroy the chains. His entire team appears next to him, and explains that because they tried to escape the robot's attack, they had to retreat too far. Alicia was happy to see the guys, and the guy sighed with relief and said that he had managed to get nervous. The guys ask for permission to join. The guy asks if they're okay. Jin says that even though they were far away, they were still aware of everything that was happening. They ask if they can beat him, and the guy says they had no other choice. The guy orders everyone to concentrate as the robot has activated its automatic weapon. The guy says that he can't even return fire, and thinks that maybe Fuka will be able to hit him. Suddenly, the robot's chain flies straight at Millie's robot and breaks part of it. Millie stood on the edge, not knowing what to do. The girls watched her in fear, and the hero thought that he had lost his concentration. Suddenly, the robot grabs the girl. He closes the girl inside himself. The boys looked at what was happening in horror. The guy thinks that the girl was captured by the enemy. Taking hostages at such a size was strange to him. Suddenly, the robot calls the guy and stops abruptly. The guy says that their enemy has gone live. The voice sounded like Millie's, and they happily noted that she might be alive. The girls say they were in a difficult situation and hoped they wouldn't kill the girl right away. The guy mentally says that they must do everything possible, but first he is going to regroup using magic. The enemy, seeing his magic, says that he expected this from the hero. The guy thought about the robot's last words and thought that the word hero is used quite rarely in this world. He was also alarmed by the robot's tone. The hero tells the enemy that he is not Millie and asks who he is. Someone appears from the pilot's cabin. The guy is surprised that their enemy is going to show himself to them. The door opened and Millie stood in front of them, staring unblinkingly. The guys look at her in shock. Bee immediately asks the others if she should shoot, avoiding the cockpit. Dev's glasses tell her that she won't be able to do it anyway, and they need to come up with something else. The guy understood that this would not end well. He asks the girls not to do anything for now. The girl started talking to them. She says that if people want to know her name, then let them call her Demon Lord. Alicia and the hero looked at the girl in surprise. The guy mentally says that he killed him, but the girl reminds him of those events and says that all he had to do then was come up and finish him off with a sword. The guy remembers that the sword was enchanted by him. Lord says it wasn't scary if he didn't understand anything. He tells them that he is currently parasitizing Millie's body. Tamami asks him about his abilities, and Lord immediately remembers the girl. The Lord explains that it was a different case then. They were experimenting with reincarnation then. The guy asks him about the demon he killed then. The demon says it was just a demon he controlled. He says that the hero might have noticed this. Right after the guys defeated him in his monster form, he immediately moved into the sorceress form of their group. He then used her skills and knowledge to influence the teleportation circle that was supposed to send the boy back home. However, then the demon specially sent the hero to this world. He enthusiastically says that he will send the guy into oblivion with his own hands. Alicia didn't fully understand the demon's words, but she understood that he was from her world. The girls say that this demon was the one their captain had already defeated. The girls are very angry at the Lord for dragging the children into their personal affairs with the hero. The hero just silently thought that everything was strange, especially that the Lord talked to them a lot. He thinks that if he were in his place, he would bring down all his firepower on them. The guy did not understand the reason for his choice of a long and difficult path for revenge. He thought about why the Lord didn't send him to space or somewhere on the ground, because that was the best option for revenge. The hero thinks that he started all this just to scare him. The hero smirks and says that the demon didn't really know how to use the portal, and so he was rushing to prepare for the meeting with him. He says that his robot wasn't finished, and that's why he was stalling for time. The demon is perplexed why the boys were not scared, although he did everything for this. The guy tells the girls that the enemy is just stalling for time while his energy is charging. Perhaps at that moment, the robot could not move. He orders the use of artillery to disable the tentacles, and the use of the sword for close combat. Tamami says that she was waiting for the moment to repay the debt, and she and her sister begin the operation. Jin says she doesn't care who he is, she was ready to kill him if he touched the children. Tamami says the demon was her target. The girls sent a whole column of bullets at the enemy. After they shot at the robot, the girls looked at it expectantly. The girls report that all the missiles hit their target, and the tentacles were destroyed. Now they could approach him. The smoke clears, and the hero notices that the robot was intact. Alicia shows the guy the chains, and says that they had Millie's rune on them. Most likely, Millie's magic was cast on the robot. The girls looked at each other in disappointment. The Lord says that it was indeed the girl's unawakened magic. He says that he only chooses strong people with strong abilities. The Lord laughs and is happy that he managed to awaken her abilities. The hero asks not to panic and asks to continue the fight with the Lord. The boy mentally says that even if he used the girl's magic, he might still not be completely protected. They needed to continue attacking to get more information. The boys continued to shoot at the robot, but it stood motionless. The demon, laughing maliciously, says that it was all useless, since magic protected the entire space around him. The guy wonders if he really had no weaknesses. The guys continue shooting. The guy asks if they were able to hit him, and the girls tell him that it had no effect on him. His armor was just as strong. The demon says that their attacks on his armor will not cause him any harm. Suddenly, the guy turns to the girls and says that he had an idea. He asks B to use a different type of projectile. A projectile began to fly at the enemy from above, and the Lord said that this would not help them either. But suddenly, the projectile, hitting his barrier, turned into smoke, which greatly surprised him. It was a smokescreen, and the Demon Lord was confused when he saw it. The hero realized that he couldn't build a defense if he couldn't see where the attacks were coming from. At this time, the guys had no problems with this, and they began to get closer. The girl screams about the transformation and asks to advance in gladiator form. The girls accepted the order. The robots take off and fly towards the enemy. They start chopping parts of the robot with their swords, and the Lord stood motionless, not knowing what to do. The guy activates the auxiliary systems. The robot's arm flies out and prepares to attack. Jin asks what it is, and the guy says it was an anti-ship weapon. He hadn't used it until now because it was unnecessary. The guy decides to use structure-changing magic to break through the enemy's armor. At the place where the hero touched, the armor breaks. The demon notices with horror the boy's ability to break through armor and damage mechanical structures. The girls happily chat among themselves, discussing the hero's attack on the enemy and talking about his effective method. Alicia praises him, but suddenly the guy's eyes widen, and he asks in fear what it was. Having seen the light, he says that it was definitely that same magical aura. A portal appears in front of him, and the boy wonders if it is the original teleport circle. The guy orders everyone to immediately cease fire and retreat back. It turns out that the original teleportation circle was inside the robot. The girls didn't want to give up because they had come so far. They asked for some time. Suddenly, the enemy robot began to react to their actions. Jin says that the robot began to use jet engines to get out of the smokescreen. Tamami warns everyone to be careful, as the robot, although not that strong, could still crush them. The hero asks the demon the reason why he connected the portal to the robot. The Lord, sitting inside his robot, laughed. The Lord laughingly asks them to remember the previous volley. He points out the aftermath of it. Although activating the teleportation took time, combined with the additional weaponry, it became a problem. The girls guess that the attack was carried out in advance on the other side of the teleporter. Jean asks if the ring's magic is only for teleportation. The demon explains that the first salvo was fired by an artificial satellite from space. The energy extracted from sunlight was almost limitless. He says that when the weapon is completed, it will destroy the entire world. The boys silently looked at the demon, and Tamami was surprised by the potential. Jin suggests destroying it first. The Lord laughed and said that if they destroyed him, they would deprive him of help from his home planet, and perhaps they would actually be able to defeat him. The guy asks again about his home planet. The demon says that if we deny their terminology, then he can truly be called an alien. He was sent to this world for reconnaissance, but he decided to create his own demons. Unfortunately for him, his army was unable to cope with the human army, and he acknowledged the guy's past victory. After he took control of the teleporter, he adjusted the plan, and then sealed the strong magic in this world. After a while, most of the techniques became unusable as well. In the ensuing war, the Demon Lord's army would have a major advantage. He called in reinforcements from his home planet, and began a full-scale invasion again. He says that it was a pleasure to watch humanity driven into the remaining small fortifications. The girls listened to him silently, and he continued to talk about the transfer of soldiers, orbital weapons. He says that it was not even about that. He points to the magic circle and tells the guy that this magic circle was supposed to bring the guy back. He offered a deal. The Lord sets a condition on which the boy's squad leaves this place, and he sends him back home. The demon says that he sees longing in his eyes and a desire to return home. He asks if he is going to destroy the ring and save the world that is alien to him. The girl silently watched what was happening and did not know what to say. He says he's almost recharged, and at this range, if he attacks, there's hardly anything left of them. He asks what he will choose and says that he didn't have much time. The guy silently thought about what to do. He thinks that everything was like a game in which, if you destroy the portal, you can win and remain in this world with no chance of returning. But if the guy agrees, the war will continue, and he will be the only one who will be able to return home. The girls watched the guy in anticipation. The guy stood more confidently in front of the demon. He says it was a tempting offer, and he had only one answer to that. The demon says he just has to back down. The hero says that he will do this after defeating him. He gives the order to destroy the teleportation circle. The girls, one after another, happily say that they are ready and begin to discuss their next steps. The demon asks in surprise if he is joking, and the guys immediately start attacking them. The girls said that, as they expected, the shield was still functioning. The demon happily states that he was invincible as long as he used Millie's magic. The guy, holding his sword in combat readiness, attacks the robot. The demon says that even hitting the gaps in the barrier was useless. Suddenly, the hero's robot arm flies out again and points at the enemy robot. His hand touches the magic symbol on the enemy robot. The demon laughs and says it won't work. However, the guy keeps trying. The girls from other sides also attack the enemy robot. The demon smiles and says that he is sorry and says that the mana is charging for the next shot. The guy is screaming now. The girl started doing something. Suddenly, Tamami appears in front of the teleporter and cuts it into 2 parts. She thanks the demon for awakening her teleportation powers. The demon looks at her in shock. The portal explodes right before his eyes. The teleportation circle was destroyed, and now he could not call for reinforcements from his planet and was left without support. The hero confidently proclaims that this was his end and says that humanity has won. The girls ask if this is the end and are happy that the monsters will stop arriving. Tamami asks if they saved humanity, but Jin still felt like something was wrong. Alicia asks if they won, and the guy says that it wasn't the end yet, although they were close to it. She asks him excitedly if the children will have to fight anymore. The hero says that they still need to save someone, and orders the demon to return Millie. The demon lord is shocked and asks why he didn't want to return to his home. The hero grins and says that they were a heroic team. The guy thought that now he had no way back to Japan for a carefree life, and now he was left to be the squad leader. He says they're still not finished. Suddenly, another robot separates from the big robot, and the lord yells at the guy, calling him names. He stood in front of them, ready to fight. The guys report the changes and say that most likely it was a form for close combat. The hero declares that he will try to disable his arms and legs to save Millie. They all rushed at the robot at once. The girls start hitting him with a sword, but it has no effect. Jin is surprised that he could still use Millie's magic. The girl suggests using Tamami's teleportation, but she refuses because it was dangerous and the enemy acted too quickly. The demon laughs and says that now she was limited in her abilities. He asks what they will do now. The girls suggest Tamami take the second rifle and shoot at the barrier. The girl accepts and says that she will also be on the second line. They continue the attack, and the demon says that this was not enough, and asks them to come up with something more interesting. Suddenly, Reina's robot is hit by an enemy, and Jin asks worriedly how she is. The girl reassures her, saying that the enemy only hit her arm. The guy notices that the entire arm was cut off despite the shield, and the cut was too perfect. Then it dawns on the hero that when he recreates the barrier, absolutely everything between the surfaces of the barrier is cut. The enemy starts attacking the guys very quickly. The hero says that his structure change did not work on magical spatial configurations. They could not penetrate the demon's defense. The demon says that he will use the girl to upgrade his army. Then he will create a new magic circle and establish contact with his world. B notices that he has produced limited function but mass-producible teleportation circles. This seemed like a forced move for the demon. The demon smiles and says that it is indeed a forced move, as it took almost 1,000 years to develop. Jin sarcastically calls him wild, and the girls decide to defeat him for sure. The demon says that it was a waste of time, since even if they broke through the barrier, they would hardly kill the girl. He says his body is deep inside this girl's brain. No operation could get it out, and all they had to do was kill Millie. The demon says that in order to save the world, they had to destroy the girl. He asks what the heroic team will do now. The girls panic and start asking each other what to do, admitting that they are in a difficult situation. Tamami tells her sister to calm down when she asks her what to do. The guy turned to the girls and asked everyone to get ready for the final attack. He says that at the very least, they need to prevent him from fully concentrating. He promises to take care of the rest. The guy says in his mind that it was a hard decision to make, but they had no other choice. He asks Alicia to give it her all. The boys are preparing to attack the enemy. They begin to attack him in a circle, but the demon creates a shield for himself. The boy's robot extended its iron arm again and prepared to attack. The demon lord smiles and says that he is aware that his ability had no effect on the barrier. However, the iron hand fell next to the place where the enemy stood. The guy attacks, and an explosion occurs at the place where the enemy robot stood. The lord asks in surprise if the guy decided to damage the base. The boy prepared to attack again, and the lord's eyes widened in surprise. He strikes, and the boy and the lord engage in combat. Suddenly, the iron arm of the hero's robot flies off. The girls look in tension in the direction where a huge column of dust was raised. The hero's robot stood in front of him, and the demon smirked and noted that the hero's piloting skills weren't all that outstanding. Suddenly, the hero finds himself right in front of the lord, and snatching his sword, says that he really is no good as a pilot. He says he's a hero, not a pilot, and he wasn't going to fight his robot with his robot. The Lord says that their bodies are inextricably fused, and separation will kill the girl. The hero says that he is aware of this, and touching him activates the change in structure. He separates the alien creature from the girl. She opens her eyes and calls out to the captain. Yuji says that his magic can only interact with something that was created. Millie was one of those, as she was a clone. For this reason, he could affect her. The guy asks Alicia to stay calm and do what he taught her. The girl closed one eye and agreed with him. She explodes the enemy robot, and the guy stood and watched until the light in it went out. The boys descend to the ground, and the girls run up to Yuji and Millie. They look in shock at the small creature that couldn't even move on its own. Yuji says with disgust that this was the true form of the Lord. The demon extends its tentacle towards Alicia, but the boy quickly cuts it off. The demon regretfully notes that he can't even take her with him. Yuji asks why the girl and not him. The demon reminds him of the ceremony when he was supposed to return to his home. He says that according to his plan, the guy was supposed to go into space, but then something unexpected happened. He says that it was all because of the girl, because when she ran into the portal, he lost control. He asks why she did this, because for this, she had to be aware of events. The girl easily says that it is obvious and confesses her love for the hero. Everyone looked at her with their mouths open. The demon, almost disappearing, says that because of this nonsense, all his plans were destroyed. Yuji began to smile after the demon completely disappeared. He started laughing loudly and rejoicing. Yuji says that it was the funniest miscalculation. The girls look at him in shock and say that this is the first time they have seen him laugh. Alicia smiles and says that she doesn't know what came over the guy, but she is glad that he smiled for the first time. The guy stopped and thought about the fact that he laughed after everything that happened. He says that it was all unexpected for both him and the girls. Yuji kneels down in front of Alicia and Millie and says with a smile that neither war, nor the demon lord, nor even his path in general, then falls silent. After a silence, he says that all this did not shake Alicia's love for him. The girls looked at them shyly, and the guy, holding out his hand, thanks the girl for her love. She holds Yuji's hand and looks at him shyly. The black-haired girl interrupts him and, apologizing for ruining the moment, asks him about his next steps. Jin says they could have destroyed the base, but there were more enemies nearby. Reina supports her words. B suggests going back to the two-headed dragon through the nearest teleport route. Tamami says that it was hard to do, but the girls tell her that they will definitely think of something if something happens. The guy orders everyone to return to their robots and asks them to collect everything that might be useful. Alicia, already in the robot's cabin, says that a hero is still a hero. The guy shyly says that everyone in their squad is a hero and asks to call him by name. The girl says that she agrees that everyone on their team was a hero, but for her, Yuji remained the greatest hero. At the moment, their goal was to reach one of the enemy's teleportation circles and then destroy the remaining enemy forces. The guy mentally said that it would be difficult for her to resist, and he would have to continue to play the role of a hero.